try yours.
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me now? Okay, good. Thank you for waiting. Let's get this meeting started. I'd like to call the October 3rd regular Planning Commission meeting to order. We'll take a roll call. Please let the record reflect that all 5 commissioners are present. And with that, I'd like to start the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay. First item of business tonight is oral communications. This is an opportunity for the public to address the commission on items. You can't hear me?
It's coming.
Okay. I can hear. Oh. Can you hear me now? Hello? There's louder. It's that good. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Is that any better? All right. I sound really loud up here, so. Okay. First item is oral communications. This is an opportunity for the public to address the commission on items that are not part of tonight's agenda. Dina, are there any speaker slips?
We do. We have 3 for oral communications.
Okay. If we could call the first speaker. Oh.
She's not getting her closed caption.
Warren, the closed caption.
Maybe whatever he did there.
Oh, good. If you could bear with us a few minutes, please. Testing, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Is the echo okay in the back? Quasi? Okay. We have 3 speakers, if you would call them, please.
Yep, now we have 4.
4? Still an echo?
Thank you. Excuse me. First off, we have Ryan Pingree. I know, I don't know.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I can still hear an echo, I think. Okay, testing, 1, 2, 3. No? I see some thumbs up. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. You're still getting it? Okay. Is that okay? Are you still hearing an echo in the back? Okay. Can we adjust the volume in the back? Testing, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Volume, a little more volume in the back? Okay. All right. Take 3.
Let's see.
Your microphone. I'm-
There we go.
okay.
Testing.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Good evening. My name is Ryan Pingree. My family and I have lived in Village Park for 15 years. One of the things that attracted us to Encinitas was the community and quality of life. We learned that in Spanish, Encinitas means little oaks, which makes sense given their prevalence in our community. We even planted a native coast live oak in our front yard. Anyway, I'm here tonight to express my concern at the ongoing and planned housing projects in Encinitas, specifically along Encinitas Boulevard and the intersecting roadways. As an environmental planner and AICP, I'm dismayed at the lack of consideration for cumulative impacts from these projects. For example, the 2013-2021 Housing Element Update identified significant cumulative impacts to transportation, specifically along the Encinitas Boulevard corridor, but did not identify any measures to address the significant impacts. Fast forward to the environmental documentation for the 6th housing update, which simply stated that the prior assessments were still valid, yet still did not identify any measures to deal with the impacts. Now, individual projects are being rubber stamped with no consideration for what the cumulative impacts are going to be to our community. For example, the Quail Meadows traffic study narrowly looked at the current traffic condition and the future project condition with no mention or incorporation of the vehicle trips from nearby projects such as Sunshine Gardens, the Goodson Project, or Fox Point Farms, and in particular, the already congested Encinitas Quail Gardens Westlake intersection. This is just one example of how I'm not reading or hearing how the city, or if not, the state, plans to address these significant cumulative impacts. Instead, I hear that the housing projects are going to happen because we have no choice. It's a state mandate. We have to do it. Well, I know we can do better than that. We need to make good decisions for our community and do the right thing to reduce, if not, avoid the impacts. I'm also troubled at the lack of consideration for comments and concerns from community members on proposed projects. Recently, the Melba Alliance for a Safe and Healthy Environment provided extensive comments, data, and suggestion measures for the Torrey Pines project during the ERI project scoping period. They identified reasonable measures that would reduce the impacts to their long-standing neighborhood. Not only were their extensive scoping comments not included or addressed in the draft EIR, but their good sense requests for impact reduction were never adopted, let alone considered in the final ER or Planning Commission at the last meeting. Where's the respect for our existing community and neighbors? Are we so enamored with developers that we have stopped considering our current residents? As Commissioner Dalton said at last meeting, we have new neighbors that are going to come and we need to provide housing for them. But I ask you, at what cost to our community? I understand the need for housing, especially low-income housing, but ignoring thoughtful community input and catering first to developers and those new neighbors that are going to come is irresponsible, dismissive, and disappointing. I'll wrap up with a couple more quotes from the board, quotes that I believe indicate that there are some who care and can be more influential in smartly planning the future of Encinitas. Commissioner Whitaker said at last meeting, just because you can do something doesn't mean you necessarily should. And Commissioner Prendergast said the city should tell applicants and developers you can do more, you can try more. Okay. So I asked the city planners, the planning commission, and our civic leaders to think about what Encinitas means, both literally and figuratively, and I challenge you to be an agency that looks out for the little oaks, the Encinitians, instead of being an entity that gives us little consideration. Thank you.
We have 3 more for oral communications, and that's Geraldine Kessler, Dolores Welty, and Sheila Cameron.
I want to speak about the Melba project that is slated to remove 175 trees, 30 smaller trees and native shrubs, along with demoing 3 beautiful historical homes built in 1938. Also, a beautiful home built in the 80s on that site. Sadly, the Planning Commission rubber stamped this project recently without considering our MASH recommendations. MASH stands for Melba Alliance for a Safe and Healthy Environment. Think about what that means. We want safety and a healthy environment, which was completely ignored when you rubber stamped and approved the project. Let me point out that you closed the public comment on the first hearing, which means our group's voice was silenced for future meetings. The initial meeting was strategically scheduled after the Labor Day weekend, and many of our community members were out of town and not able to make this meeting. We know the developer and owner had the power to change that, but he refused, and this is just another disregard for our community needs. I believe your attorney recommended keeping the public comment open, which was ignored by the chair. When the motion was on the table, you did not mention keeping the public comment open as recommended. So again, our group had no idea if our voices would be heard on the next meeting. How convoluted and disappointing to our group. We have longtime senior citizens impacted by this project in the area who, as I have mentioned, have coexisted peacefully for as long as I've lived here. These seniors had no idea if they would be allowed to speak at the next meeting. I don't know if you're familiar with any seniors, but they're planners. They needed to know if you would be hearing their voice and how they would express themselves, especially because they have little knowledge of the procedural rules. So again, this appears that you're silencing their voices. It's very disturbing. I have been listening to these long, boring meetings for over 3 years. I've watched them on Zoom during COVID. I saw the meltdown of a commissioner in real time because of the demands of these housing projects put on her community. I also watched how Bruce Ellers led the commission. He led in a way I have not seen recently on the current commission. Bruce heard our voices, and you just don't. It's plain and simple. Bruce guided the commission in a way I am not seeing here. I suggest that you listen to one of those old meetings for educational purposes. When reviewing projects as a planning commission studies proposed developments, to consider how they may impact the community's environment and growth, and don't be one-sided for the developer, which is the case. Ignoring the voices of the longtime senior citizen community only alienates them in the end, which they don't deserve. They deserve respect, as a longtime tax-paying senior citizen deserves. Thank you for listening.
Okay. Next speaker.
Next, we have Dolores Welty. Following Dolores will be Sheila Cameron.
Dolores Welty, 2076 Sheridan Road in Leucadia. And I'm up here to tell you about some things I've been looking up. One of them is guidelines. I have to agree with the previous speakers, and I really know what it's like to go through one of these, detail by detail. And I know you're pretty swamped, and you are volunteers. You've been appointed. You carry the weight, but you are there for us. Your planners are there for the developer. They talk to the developer. They get to like the developer. The developer makes sure they like them. And they want to accommodate whatever it is the developer wants to put there. That's not your job, though. Your job is to protect us and to follow our general plan. Now, a guideline isn't a law, but one guideline is the maximum length of any blank wall is limited to 20 feet. And that goes back to the Clark development. It had that one little window up there. Does that mean it wasn't blank for its 36 feet? You can tell them, send it back. The last time I was here, I was talking again about not grading for sewage removal. If you grade so that you can have gravity displacement, that's really easy. And it's cheaper for the developer. You don't have to buy as much equipment, et cetera, et cetera. But we had a bluff collapse because of that. A bluff collapse. That's huge. I don't think you know. There were 1,600 cubic yards of dirt into Bataquitas Lagoon, a reserve. So I've put this up here to show you at the bottom there how you can slant your houses. You can tell the planners, that's acceptable. You can slant a building down a hill like that. That's perfect. Everyone's looking at the rooftop and how high it is, but look at the bottom. My first floor has 3 levels because they couldn't grade. It's really nice. It's a little tough for steps, but I will make it. And when Miss Colamosi at the last Planning Commission said they prefer gravity flow, you should have said, yes, but we prefer land to be left alone. Those are two preferences, not two laws. Stand up for yourselves and stand up for us, please. Thank you very much. You should have been.
Okay, next speaker.
Our final speaker for oral communications is Sheila Cameron.
Good evening, planners. My name is Sheila Cameron. I've lived here in these communities for 50 years. Moving here in 1974. In 1984, I joined the effort to build this city. Through incorporation of our small towns, Marjorie Gaines was our visionary and city founder who led hundreds of volunteers, of whom I was one, as are several people in this room. We decided it was time to have local control and join together to form the city of Encinitas. Marjorie Gaines was the first mayor of our city, and she and other volunteers spent 2 years crafting our general plan, which is our Constitution. For this new city, which was founded on the 2 precepts of maintaining each community's character and maintaining and growing our quality of life. I have witnessed the creation of the Planning Commission and all of the commissioners that have followed. I know the history here. The purpose of the commission is to represent the citizens, to be the voices, our representatives, and our front line of defense in matters of land use decisions. Some of you know this. Some of you may have forgotten. Some of you may never have known it. The City Council appoints each commissioner, and their influence ends there. The staff, and I so appreciate you, I really do. You work hard, and you're very dear, but you are paid. You work for us, and you work for the commissioners. They make the big bucks, and you make nothing, because you're public servants, and we are the public that you serve. The citizens gathered before you tonight and at every planning commission meeting where you make decisions, we are your subjects for this not the state, not the city council, not the staff. You are in charge of the planning agenda and have a right to make suggestions and be heard. I can assure you from 38 years of experiencing the city, serving first as vice chair of the Leucadia Community Advisory Board, we had cabs, then as your city council member and mayor, that this is the way commissions, and particularly this very, very important planning commission was designed and intended to work. The law is both a sword and a shield. Any first-year law student knows that concept, and they can tell you. Every law can be interpreted for intent. Words are meant to be interpreted. They have value, they matter, and you can make choices. I hope as you consider the agenda items before you tonight that you can keep in mind what I have expressed and said to you. I've been there, done that, and I'm still here as an activist asking you to exercise your power as our representatives to follow the precepts on which this beautiful city was founded nearly 40 years ago.
Okay, please come to a conclusion.
Just one more sentence. Does a project fit in our community character? Does a project add to enhance our quality of life? These decisions are yours. We, your constituents, are counting on you, and we're here.
Okay, thank you. Our next item is changes to the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda? Seeing none?
Well, I am wondering why sanctuary is in front of the other project that is on its, already had 3, I think, hearings. This is the 3rd hearing now. Shouldn't we be going in chronological order and do the older project first?
I hope that we're going to do them both tonight, so, I think they'll both get done.
Okay, I would like to move that we look at the Quail Meadows first and Sanctuary Project second, to change that on the agenda.
My only concern, Susan, is that if the agenda's been published, if members, people wanting to attend for the second item don't show up, say, until 7 o'clock or 7:30, by moving it, we potentially exclude them from participating.
It seemed to me that there would be a great number of people here for the Quail Meadows project, actually, and they would be waiting a very long time if we had Sanctuary go first.
Okay.
I'm going to agree with Commissioner Dalton because I am a person who attends a lot of city council meetings, and I look at the agenda ahead of time, and I look at where my item is on the agenda, and because of my schedule, I plan my time on when I think my item's going to be on the agenda, when it's going to be called. So I, like you, would want to make sure if somebody is still at home, still en route from home, making dinner for the kids or doing something else, and plans to come here at 7 o'clock or 7:15 to hear the second item, that they can get here in time for that.
Okay. So I heard a motion. Do I hear a second? Okay. Not seeing a second, that motion doesn't move forward. Thank you. Okay, our next item is the consent calendar. The consent calendar are items that are routine in nature, and they're voted on in one motion. Tonight there are 3 items on the consent calendar, all approving minutes from past meetings. Could I get a motion?
I'd motion to approve it.
Thank you.
I'll second.
I second. Can we call a vote? Okay, that motion passes. The consent calendar is complete. Okay, the first item on our agenda tonight is item 8A, the sanctuary, case number multi-002610, 2018. This is a project that was continued from last meeting. We have heard the staff report, we've heard the applicant's presentation, we've heard the public comment portion. So tonight I'd like to, Dina, are there any speaker slips on this?
For item 8A, we do have one speaker.
One speaker slip?
Yeah.
Okay. I think because of, we will reopen the public portion and listen to the one speaker if they'd like to come up.
Okay. Our one speaker is Dolores Welty.
Oh, okay. She's already spoken on it?
Okay.
I have an 8A thing.
But did you speak last week about this item?
I have a list of all the people that spoke, and she did speak on this item previously.
Okay, thank you. So we will keep the close or keep the public comment portion closed and go straight to commissioner deliberations.
Can I also have some questions of staff at the same time for clarification? Is that allowed?
It is allowed. It'd be nice to have done them last week, but I know we were pressed.
We only had a short period
Sure.
of time and didn't really have a chance. We did hear the presentation from the developer, but I don't think we had a lot of time to really question some staff. So I do have some questions for
Okay.
staff.
In this, I'm sorry, I don't have, the staff member is Esteban. Go ahead, Bob.
Oh, great. Could you do me a favor and pull up the fire report, the fire study? Let me just see if I can find it on my computer also. I think it was just the FPP. There it is. Found it online. Okay, so the question I have is on, 1.1.3. Header is environmental setting. The fourth bullet is the city of Encinitas has a relatively low woodland or wildland fire risk. And I guess the question is, in that, if you were just to pull up the GIS map of Encinitas, specifically Alevenheim, this specific site is, this is not really a question for staff, it's more of a clarity, like the actual site is defined as a very high fire severity zone, or I make the acronym off, but almost all of Alevenheim is. So how can the consultant state that Encinitas doesn't have a woodland fireland risk when, in addition to that, half the people on my street have lost their insurance policy due to fire risk? So that, I know you didn't write the report, and I don't know if the person is here. I found that a little bit concerning. A little bit further in, section 3.1, fire history. So the analyst says, or the reporter says, you know, there was a fire in May of 2014. We had Santa Ana winds, you know, poinsettia fire in Carlsbad. October 2007, the Witch Fire burned 2 million acres of land and destroyed 1,100 homes. But he fails to mention that in 2003, 3 houses in Alevenheim, 2 on Dove Hollow and 1 on Fortuna Ranch Row were burned down in the San Marcos fire, or actually I think it was called the Harmony Grove fire. So I question the quality of the report when all you have to do is Google Encinitas fires and it comes up. And I didn't see any reference to that at all in the staff report when it comes down to checking the fire component. So I then begin to question the rest of the report if the general information is completely false. So I think all you had to do was just go to the GIS map of the city of Encinitas and note that almost all of Alevenheim is a high fire risk area. Also, he references the fire station number 6. That's a small truck, and I think the city of Encinitas is trying to find an adequate fire station and has been for a long time. I think for him to reference just a small truck as being, you know, the fire safety for half the city is hard to believe. Just go through the fire report. Let's see. Almost done. Sorry, folks. Page 13, the cumulative impact analysis of sewer. So is the applicant paying for the sewer extension up the hill to his project?
If I may interrupt.
Yes.
Were you done with the questions on the FPP?
I thought
The
that was,
fire
I thought I was still in the FPP.
You still are, okay. I heard you talk about sewer.
Well,
and
it's
sewer.
section 4.8, the cumulative impact analysis. I thought that was
Okay.
in the FPP. If I'm wrong, I
Thank you.
apologize. Because everything that was clumped together, so I
I
think
just wanted to give staff an opportunity to
No,
respond. So
I
whenever
appreciate
you're-
that. I think that was just, PC-24 had a lot of things in it, so I think I may have skipped to that one. Next up is the traffic report. Can you tell me how far down, what time of day the traffic studies were conducted? And number 2, how far from the intersection of Ranch View Road, east and west, the traffic study was conducted?
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Matt Edgeworth, with a traffic engineer with the city, will respond to that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So in terms of when the traffic counts or when the traffic study was analyzed was during peak periods. So we have the AM peak period, so typically during the 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Period, and then the PM or the afternoon peak period during the 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. peak period. And then in terms of the analysis of the roadway segments, I think it was the segments just north and south of Ranch View Terrace along Rancho Santa Fe Road that was analyzed as part of the traffic study.
Did the traffic study consider the Goodson project as part of its calculations?
It did. There is a cumulative section within the traffic study. It is on page 16 of the traffic study. Contains a list of cumulative projects. One of them being candidate housing site number 8, 2230 Encinitas Boulevard, which is the Goodson project.
Okay, so it did include the impacts of that.
Correct.
So when you say it's just a little bit north and a little bit south, Goodson project's probably a good half a mile, quarter of a mile
Correct.
to the southwest.
Correct. But we're just analyzing the segments along Rancho Santa Fe Road and the traffic that Goodson would generate on those segments on Rancho Santa Fe Road.
Is it typical to look at 4 p.m. to 6 p.m.? Is that a industry standard?
It's a standard practice with a traffic study. Those are the numbers that SANDAG provides to us. So that is standard practice, yes.
So unfortunately, in a practical standpoint, Grower School and Road School get out before 4 o'clock. So coming home from work the other day, it took me 20 minutes to go from UTC to the intersection of Rancho Santa Fe Road and Encinitas Boulevard. And at that point in time, it took me 35 minutes to go from Encinitas Boulevard to Lone Jack. Why? 'Cause school got out. That was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So the traffic counts associated with a 4 to 6 p.m. doesn't take into consideration the site-specific analysis associated with that situation. So when the traffic engineer on behalf of the developer is asked to go do the scoping work, is there any allocation or any consideration for the unique location? And if we go to that, we can extend to other projects, which we'll get to later. Why wasn't that considered, or was it considered and was it deemed insignificant? And if so, by whom?
So in terms of school traffic, so school drop-off period is included typically within the morning peak. However, with the afternoon peak, it does come before. However, we don't have any benchmark data to compare it to. So in terms of what SANDAG provides, they give us all the uses, residential, commercial, and provides us with an average daily traffic count for those uses. And then they give us a percentage split, so a percentage in the AM and a percentage in the PM. However, when it comes to school pickup, we're looking at a 30-minute window typically of congestion, and typically it's hard to kind of nail how much a project is generating in terms of traffic during a 30-minute window. So it's something that SANDAG doesn't provide to us, and unfortunately, there's no benchmark evaluation that we can kind of analyze.
But couldn't you suggest to the consultant who's doing the work to consider a school location and thus create a data set around a different timeline? Because clearly a 4 to 6 is not going to work, but if you're there at 3 o'clock, you're backed up all the way to Pepper Tree Lane. So that seems to be a practical component of an analysis that seems to be dismissed when a project comes up. And I don't understand that. This is going to come up on other projects because we've got Ocean Crest and we've got other schools that was going to come up on Piraeus. So I don't understand. Is there nothing in the code or nothing in the analysis that can take place for the practical application rather than just whatever SANDAG defines?
So it comes down to the data.
Right.
So in terms of the window between 3 and 4 o'clock, we don't know how many trips are being generated during that window for a 9 single-family house development. It's an unknown to us.
You can, but can you not, and have you not put card counts, little cords that do, when you do your citywide mobility, you're going to put,
We
so
do,
don't you have data for that?
but that's for existing. We're forecasting data when it comes to these traffic studies. So they're projects that, of course, aren't built. So these are forecasted numbers within the traffic studies.
But the problem I'm having to understand clearly is the issue of using a 4 to 6 is not practical. I understand that there's data, but this particular site has problems at 3 o'clock. And so if we already have problems at 3 o'clock, I think it's reasonable to assume that 9 more cars might not be massive impact, but there will be an impact. And there's nothing in the analysis that even considers that. And I'm wondering, is that just our city code? Is that just, am I asking the wrong questions? We have a problem on that street for traffic.
Understood. So it is standard practice to look at the AM and PM peak period. As you know, Rancho Santa Fe Road does get congested because of the stop signs. Those were implemented a while back ago to allow side streets to travel onto Rancho Santa Fe Road and also to prevent cut-through traffic at the time. There was a study done, I believe, back in 2019 that evaluated improvements along Rancho Santa Fe Road. That study was completed, I believe, in, I want to say 2021, and there were recommendations in terms of how improvements can be made in terms of congestion along Rancho Santa Fe Road, in terms of roundabouts, signals, things of that nature. So there are improvement options that can be made to that road that can affect, traffic during both the school period as well as during the AM and PM peak periods.
But what I'm hearing from you is, sorry, it's not between 4 and 6. It's not really something that we can analyze.
We just don't have the data.
Because that data comes from Sandec.
Correct.
And you're not, as a city, going to take into consideration unique situations, whether it's next to Oak Crest or whether it's next to Degano or next to any other school, and that's not going to be part of any calculations because it's not between 4 and 6.
It's just standard practice with the traffic study to look at the AM and PM peak periods.
I mean, since we have so many problems with traffic and it'll come up on Agenda 8B, it seems kind of a head scratcher that we're not taking the practical application of the situation in hand, and we're just relying on some sort of standard that doesn't always apply. So I think we probably need to put it on our work plan, I guess, as a request.
You can do that? Okay.
When we get that.
Bob, just for clarification,
Yes.
the PM peak period of 4 to 6, what time does it take you to drive through Rancho Santa Fe at that time?
Probably about a fraction of the time. It's the later time as people are coming and going and picking up their kids and trying to get in and out of there. And it's a fire safety issue also. So I think that finding that it wasn't part of the calculus kind of was a spark.
Okay.
It's easier. Actually, it depends on the day.
You mentioned, I don't mean to
No, please.
shut the traffic one down, but you mentioned something about sewer. Did you complete your thoughts or questions on
That was just a question that'll come up.
Okay.
It's not really an issue, but thank you.
Okay. Do you have others?
I had a biology question.
Yeah.
The comments from all the neighbors talk specifically about a lot of other biology that was there, flora and fauna that come through, and yet the biology report provided by the applicant referenced like 2 items, and yet we had pictures and we had a noted biologist talk about almost 60 different atoms. One of the ones that kind of caught my eye was the comment about the gnatcatcher, and it looked like the study of the gnatcatcher was done in a November-December range, but the nesting period of a gnatcatcher is between March and mid-July. And I just was wondering why the biologist would go out there during a time for a report when the bird, which is, as you know, high on our list of endangered species, is possibly not being calculated, and why we would accept a report, or maybe why the biologist did it that way.
Yes, thank you. The project biologist is here tonight, and he can answer those questions if you wish.
I would, if he's available. Are we allowed to let him talk? Okay.
Thank you, Commissioners. Yeah, the gnatcatcher survey that is done is a presence-absence survey. So it's to detect whether or not birds are using, gnatcatchers specifically, are using the habitat that's on this site. The protocol that we have to follow, and I have a federal permit to do this surveying, is produced by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and it allows us to survey year-round. It's actually easier to find them in the fall, and you're more likely to get a positive in the fall. Because if you go in the spring, the birds tend to be quiet, they'll be sitting on the nest, they won't be calling, they won't be trying to combat or anything like that, which we will see in other seasons. So going out in the spring, we're not doing a nest survey, we're doing a presence-absence survey. They're very different things. So that was the reason that we did that survey at that point, was actually to maximize the chances of finding them. So I hope that clarifies.
So you're saying that the period to find them is the time that you went out, not the time that they're nesting?
Anytime year-round.
You didn't have to go back and look?
No, anytime year-round, they can be found. They're resident species, so they don't migrate. They don't go anywhere. They're there all the time.
Right.
So it's just easier for us to find them in the winter and in the fall.
Did you go back, or did you have any inclination of going back during nesting to cross-check your analysis from November, December?
I think we actually did 2 full surveys for gnatcatchers in recollection. I don't remember if you recall in the report if it talks about that, but we actually did 2 separate surveys because this project has taken so long to get here before you folks. So yeah, we did, and in fact, whenever we're out there, we're listening for gnatcatchers, looking for gnatcatchers. So every time, every opportunity, we met with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife on the site. They toured it, they looked at the habitat, all that stuff. So I spent a lot of time out there, yeah.
Can I ask him another question?
Bob, just procedurally.
Yes.
People are having a hard time hearing us in the back. I think you and I tend to have lower voices.
Okay.
Maybe so.
Sorry.
Now it is okay.
All right, sorry.
Never
Sorry about
mind. Bob, you're good.
Oh, okay. In terms of the numbers of birds that you report, or and not just birds, but other animals that you reported in your report compared to what was submitted by all of the residents in the area, and one of them also seems to be a well, his CV seemed to be quite, any comments or any thoughts about your count versus what he submitted?
Yes, so we take a snapshot in time when we do our basic survey. And so we go out, we spend enough time to adequately sort of evaluate the vegetation that's on the site, because everything is based on the vegetation, not so much the individual species, but the actual plants that are growing there, the habitat, because it's the habitat that supports all the endangered species that may or may not be there. So during that time period, we record the animals and birds that we see. I can't remember the number of birds, but it was a fair number. We could, through other surveying methods, provide a much more comprehensive species list of the things that are there. We could come up with probably close to 80 birds, 90 birds, and dozens of mammals. But it doesn't contribute to the conclusion about the habitat, because everything is based on the vegetation that's there. If we wanted to look at the invertebrate fauna, the bugs and so on, we'd have hundreds of species, literally. And this, just to assess where and what those are, would take a year, realistically. We would have to put out game cameras, we'd have to put out pitfall traps and do nocturnal surveys, baiting stations, a whole bunch of things, which wouldn't contribute anything to the decision ultimately at the end of the day, because this is really all focused on the vegetation that supports all those things.
So you're comfortable?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
I did want fire to be able to respond to the fire comments that Commissioner Prendergast
Thank you.
had.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Jordan Villagomez, Senior Deputy Fire Marshal for City of Encinitas. If you'd like to clarify your questions, that might help, because I heard a bunch of statements, but there's a couple things I wanted to clarify in the information you provided. None of the fires in the past, including Poinsettia, Harmony Grove, Witch Creek, or Cedar, ever entered the boundaries of Encinitas. So that information that you might have found on Google is not correct.
So nothing burned down on Dove Hollow during the Harmony Grove fire? I think you might want to ask my neighbor that. I'm serious. And Fortuna Ranch Road lost a house, and 2 on Dove Hollow went down.
Okay.
During Harmony Grove in '03.
That could have been from ember casting, but it doesn't mean that the fire entered into our boundaries, or that happens all over the county, depending on how big the fire is. Just like Cedar, it was so widespread that the embers were casting super far.
All right, so you're telling me if a ember comes from San Marcos and it burns down a house in Encinitas, that's not an Encinitas fire under your calcs?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the information that you may have Googled saying that fires entered in here and then caused damage is incorrect.
Okay,
And which
I'm
is
sorry.
why the report is reflecting that information.
I think the definition of entered versus a house that burned down, 3 houses burned down in '03 due to fire, and the reference in the report from the consultant was there wasn't a fire in 2003 that affected Encinitas. That's an incorrect statement, because 3 houses did burn down. Now, it didn't enter maybe over the hill from San Alejo, but 3 houses did burn down during that fire. Yes or no? I mean, did it enter over the hill and burn all the way through Olevenhain? No, but 3 houses did burn down.
Do you have, if you have that information, like,
Happy to share the addresses
Yeah.
with you at another time. I don't think they want to hear it all, our banter back
no
and forth.
offense, but information on Google versus like actual report information.
I'll get you.
like
I'll
data,
send you and Joss the addresses. So
Okay.
we'll get back to that at a different time. So that was my fire question. Let's see, I had 2 fire questions. That was one. You asked the other one? Or am I supposed to ask it again?
You said a lot of statements, and if you want to reiterate, I can answer them.
All right, so there was the, the small check. What's thank you. The truck that's at Rancho Santa Fe in Lone Jack.
Station 6.
Station 6. What capabilities does that have to extinguish a fire in Olevenhain?
So it is a Type 6, which is a smaller engine, more of like a pickup with a small pump. When projects are coming in, they always have to do an service availability, which is a form that we evaluate that shows the closest station, how many minutes it's going to take to respond, and if we have the right amount of resources and capabilities to serve that development. So all those are evaluated with every project. The capabilities of that specific type of engine at that station, it is evaluated, but because of how our responses are set up, when Station 6 gets a call, depending on the type of call, Station 4 is also getting dispatched at the same time. So it's Station 6 was put out there, and when it was put out there because of response time. They wanted to increase response time to that area. It might not have the capabilities that the other stations have, and you're correct. We have been trying to get more resources out there with the Type 1, but when it comes to response time, which is what those service availability things have, that's why it's meeting that.
I think my other statement was in the fire report that it said that Encinitas is not in a wildland fire area, and that's why if you bring up the GIS map, you'll find that this particular site is, as is most of Olevenhain. So that was another question I had of the consultant who did the report. I thought that was a false statement.
Yeah, I mean, the wording wasn't the best. I agree with you. I didn't review this report. It was done in 2018, I believe. But the person who did, who doesn't work here anymore, had a lot of experience, 17 years experience in fire prevention. So I trust their judgment in approving that report. Also, it's good to know that this particular parcel, if you look at the map, I think one of the main reasons why it was identified as being a high fire is because it was undeveloped and the vegetation there, as well as it's good to know that our map in Encinitas that was adopted after the state maps, this is not in the state map identified very high fire hazard severity zone. So our maps are actually include more area that we identified locally, and this is actually above the minimum state requirements. So that's also something that's noteworthy to
So it
state.
means it's, in your opinion, it is a high fire danger because it's on.
It's
our
not
map.
my opinion, it's the state's opinion and the people who approved the map before me.
Yeah, so it's, I'm just saying that's a high fire zone area.
It is identified as high fire.
That's right.
I
Just
was,
wanna
I was
confirm
bringing
that.
up the point that there's a state minimum requirements, and then we have an expanded map that has actually identified this, so it's just noteworthy of knowing that we're above the state minimums.
Appreciate that. Thank you. The only other thing I had was, because I was thinking we were doing Quail Meadows first, so I'm a little behind, is in the staff report. There were 2 staff reports. So there was the one from the 19th, and then there was a staff report that we got today, or a couple days ago. Hang on a second. There was a reference, I'm sorry, on the fire, or maybe the biologist, about the maritime chaparral. Is that a biology question? There was some risk of disturbing the maritime chaparral on the site based on the location of the houses. And I didn't know if that was something that needed to be remediated because they were hitting the maritime chaparral as part of the site. So that was a question I had. And I wanted to know on the landscaping plan where the 24-inch box trees were being placed and what the developers was going to replace the size and type of tree that was going to come down in the eucalyptus grove in the northeast corner of the property. If that was being mitigated, if that was going to be part of the resolution to replace those trees, and if so, what tree and what size?
Right. You're not asking to replace them with eucalyptus.
I think it was part of the I thought it was part of they were going to take, because they're a fire hazard, and they were going to put that into it's in the upper corner into the canyon, that they were going to take those out.
Right. You don't want to put more in, do you?
No, I don't want to put more in, but I wanted to know what they were going to replace them with and the size of those trees. Why? Because in that easement, raptors and tree, you're taking away habitat. I know they're not the right native tree, but to replace it with the correct tree, what trees were going in and where and how big. I didn't see that in the resolution anywhere.
Okay. Usually the landscape plan has a list of approved trees that the client or applicant could choose among, a couple options that they propose. Is that the case in this?
Yes, that is correct. This is a high fire zone, and there is a defined list of trees that are permitted to be within those zones. And so they would be subject to that list.
Is a sycamore one of those trees that's available?
Off the top of my head, I am not sure. I can take a look.
Oh, I appreciate that. It's one of the more native trees. It tends to grow faster than some of the other trees and would help to replace. We're only talking about a 24-inch box. It's probably not a very tall tree. So the sooner you get a tree there, the better. I think that was it. Thank you for your patience, everybody. There was a statement in the staff report, and I don't know if I have the line item that it was, talking about there was a statement that the unit sizes or the lot size would be consistent with the neighborhood. And in a PRD, they have the ability to adjust the lot sizes different from city code, right? And every neighboring property is 21,500 square feet in the RR2 zone. So they're much larger. And a statement in the staff report states that, and maybe you can pull up the line item where it says that, but that this would be consistent with the neighborhood around it. And we're making smaller lots with almost 0 lot lines. That seems to be inconsistent with the character of the neighborhood where there's R2, RR2, and 21,000 square foot lots. Just wanted to know if you guys felt that that was a fair statement.
If I may first, I would like to update you on the sycamore. It is not part of that list. So
It's not?
It's not an ignition resistive plant.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Oh, the next part was, there was a statement in the staff report about the character of the project being consistent with the neighborhood, but the lot sizes surrounding the property are 21,000 square feet in R2s. And in the PRD, I understand they have the flexibility of changing it to be able to, but the average lot size, I believe, in this particular project is about 7,000 square feet. So the statement that a 7,000 square foot is consistent with the character of a 21,000 square foot adjacent lot seems to be inconsistent. And I was wondering what your opinion on that was.
Sure. So the property is currently surrounded with single-family residential development. This proposes also single-family residential development. The maximum number of units that can go on the size of that property, once calculating and deducting all the deductible items from density calculations, is 10. The project proposes 9 units. Additionally, the reduction in lot area is permitted per the residential code 30.16 to allow for the creation of larger open space areas that can remain in their natural state. So it is staff's opinion that this project is indeed consistent with the surrounding neighborhood.
Because of you're primarily because of the open space, not because of the 7,000 square foot lot compared to a 21,000 square foot lot with one home on it. Where you take that's the case, and I've got equivalent 3 houses to 1.
Hey, Bob.
Yeah.
You can have a difference of opinion, but I
Right.
think you need to.
Is that deliberation?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
they've written the staff report.
Well,
you can disagree with it,
I will.
and we can talk about what we consider consistent with the character of that neighborhood.
Okay.
But he's
Not him.
explained kind of now why he wrote it the way he wrote it.
Okay.
And then we can move on.
All right, he's answered the question. Thank you. We move on. I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
So I will close whatever public portion we had open again. Thank you for that. Deliberations. Bob, I've got a short list of things that you've just gone through.
No, go
I don't know.
No.
On that list, are all of them still active concerns of yours, or did you get some of those answered and to your satisfaction?
I don't think I was so comfortable with the biology. I don't think I was very comfortable with the fire. I understand the code. I understand the PRD.
The one thing on that fire that I read differently than you is that the report maybe is awkwardly worded, but it said Encinitas is generally a low fire. I think they're talking broadly, right? And then they went on to say that this area was adjacent to open spaces that made it subject to fire. And then it went to say that by removing the eucalyptus, it was increasing its fire safety. So I don't think it's absolutely saying it's not in a fire hazard zone.
No, it did. I understand the eucalyptus is in the northeast corner, and yes, that is a fire hazard. And I'm sure if anybody had to ask everybody in Rancho Santa Fe when Witch Creek came through, they explode like a Roman candle. So I'm not suggesting we try to keep the eucalyptus trees at all.
No, but I'm just saying, even if the report says Encinitas is a low fire, I think they're really talking about the community in general. If you can factor in Leucadia, Cardiff, and Coastal.
Yeah, but we're talking
what
about
they said explicitly in that very same paragraph is that by removing some of the vegetation, the developer is lessening the fire severity of that site.
I'll have to bring it up.
Sure. But ultimately, I would defer to a fire department that I've never known the fire department not to be very conscientious and adamant about fire protection and expanding their services and response times. And they're comfortable with this house or this project going in there.
I have a question. How many trees are being removed?
I don't know the count.
Can we make determinations when we don't have numbers?
I don't think the report talked about a specific number of trees, but it does talk about the distance and the area of landscape that they're going to be doing adjacent to the houses. It's like the first 50 feet. Most of the development, I believe, is on the southeast or the east side, where most of the eucalyptus trees, or like you mentioned.
Well, I think it makes a difference in terms of the biology of the site, in terms of habitat removal, and I'd really like an environmental impact report so that we really have a proper assessment and we know what we're talking about when we're looking at this project. I think in terms of the light at night sky is something that's important for those nocturnal animals. I think in terms of how many trees are coming out, what species they are, and what the replacements are, an environmental impact report would give us a lot more information.
If I may, Commissioner, the landscaping plan shows that there are 8 eucalyptus trees to remain protected, and there are 70 eucalyptus trees that are being removed and replaced on a 1-to-1 ratio.
And so we have a 1-to-1 replacement, is that the plan?
That is correct.
So the new trees will be small and the removed are mature, correct?
That is correct. They are required to have certain canopy size, and a lot of the replacement trees will have a mature height of 15 to 20 feet with a 12 to 18 foot spread or canopy.
And the trees to be removed, those are the eucalyptus trees, correct?
Correct.
I think, Commissioner Dalton, the statement on the 4th bullet is the city of Encinitas has a relatively low wildland fire risk. However, bullet number 1, bullet number 2, bullet number 3 are specific to Olivenheim and specific to the project. So to make a statement regarding a macro statement on the city is a deflection of the issue associated with this particular project, and the report was done for this specific project. And if you look at the map of the city, the entire eastern side is basically a fire zone risk. So I just think that's a false statement.
I'm going to disagree with you that I don't think staff was trying to deflect. I think they were trying to provide information about the city of Encinitas as a whole, and then also additional information about Olivenheim.
This was a report done by the consultant that
I
the
understand,
staff opined on.
But the city has adopted. So I'm just saying, I'm going to disagree with your characterization of the city deflecting. I think they're including information, not deflecting.
I guess we agree to disagree. Okay.
I'd like to add that I do think undergrounding utilities is extremely wise considering the fire hazard.
I think I'd like to,
One more thing. Question on the road maintenance. So there's 9 new houses going on at the top of the street. What is the impact to the neighbors who maintain the road, and does the developer have any obligations to contribute to the road maintenance, as the people who buy those homes will be traveling on that private road? And is that a private road or a city road? This is Riverview Terrace. This is River, as you go up the hill to enter the project that we're approving. I think we need to know that.
I presume the developer has rights to use that private road, right?
And they're making some improvements to that road.
Well, I guess this
Looked
question.
indicated.
I think in the last staff report from 2 weeks ago, I believe it's a private road, if I'm remembering correctly.
That is correct. Yes, it is a private road, and it would be a private agreement between all the property owners coming off of Rancho Santa Fe Road, and the applicant is here to talk further if needed.
Can we approve a project that doesn't have ingress and egress approved?
It does have an access easement.
An access easement.
Right.
What about, so he has access to the property?
Correct.
But at the moment, we don't know if he's going to share in the cost and impact the neighbors who maintain the road.
Well, during construction, he is responsible for the upkeep of the road. If there's any equipment that causes damage, they are responsible to repair the damage. As far as the long-term maintenance, it is a private agreement, not subject to city codes.
But yet on Melba, we had a provision not to use Island View as part of the construction. So are we allowed to resolve that they need to satisfy this issue in the long term? Because he's going to have to pass that cost on to the people who buy the houses.
I'm not sure what the issue is. He has a legal right to use that road.
Correct.
Through an easement.
Yes.
There
No
are
obligation to maintain it, and if he passes that on.
all of them will maintain it, right? I mean, as a private road, at some point, if there develops potholes or something, that neighborhood or that everybody with access to that easement can make an agreement to repave.
Can make an agreement. So I guess can I ask the applicant how's the obligation to the 9 houses that get built? Is that going to be part of their agreement to maintain that road?
Those 9 people will now maintain it for the rest of the road users?
Well, it's like 4 or 5 people that live on that street, and then you get to hit the property, the applicant's property. You're going to sell 9 houses up there. They're going to come down that road. Who pays for the road? It's unknown at the moment. Now it's just clear.
I think there's provisions in there during construction if they damage it.
I get the construction.
They fix it.
Now it's built.
Yeah.
And 9 people are driving up and down that road every day. I live in front of the road. How do I get the 9 people to pay their fair share?
The same way you get your neighbor next door to you to, in the opposite direction. To pay their fair share. I mean, there's no guarantee that the 4 people or 5 people using that road now would even agree to repair it. I mean, we can't foresee who's going to say what on that, right? Other than they all have an equal right to use it, and if it gets to become impassable, then whatever. I don't even know how the easement works.
I don't know.
Who gets, they can all take a vote and say, let's repair this thing. I'm tired of doing this.
I think staff just indicated that those details are outside of city's control.
Correct.
Private road.
Correct, and the applicant is here to answer those questions if you wish to invite him in.
I guess you have to open for public comment. I don't know how that works.
If you'd like to ask the question, if the applicant would mind addressing that.
It's my last question. I just want to protect the people that are on the street. You own the road.
So we
have to pay you.
What's that?
So they have to pay you?
No, we're not asking to be paid. What we want to do is create an association that is then going to maintain the road.
All right, so you own the road from Rancho Santa Fe up to your property?
We own the road known as Ranch View Terrace.
You do? Okay.
Yes.
That flag lot.
It's an acre lot that goes all the way up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we are going to be putting together a maintenance agreement that will require the HOA to maintain that road in perpetuity.
Perfect. Just want to make sure that the people at top, when they buy their house, understand that they have a future obligation. And it sounds like they will.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'd like to put my opinion out there, right? The PRD seems to be very well used in this case. This PRD, so 9 houses are permitted on, on this property. 10, sorry. We're used to dealing with density bonus where they're putting in 20 houses, right? And we have very little say in what they can do. This seems like a developer's come in and done some of the right things that we have lambasted other developers for, trying to maximize everything and this and that. Seems like the PRD is explicitly tailored to this situation to say, we'll give you accommodation on lot size or house size so that you can preserve open space on the site. When I looked at this site plan, I have to think more than half the site is dedicated or preserved as open space, which seems like a real win for the community there. If you allow that the houses will be closer together or in a slightly different size or configuration than the neighbors are. I find them very compatible from a single family house next to a single, we're not putting an apartment building next to a single family. And I accept that within a single family neighborhood, there will be distinctions of 2-story and 1-story and smaller houses, larger houses. So I see a developer that's come in and not maxed it out. Where they could have gone with density bonus, they could have gone to 20 units, right? They could have not done the PRD process, and they could have spread them out across the whole site. So I keep thinking in my head, there was a public comment, one of the speakers that said, and I forget who coined the term, but leave half, or there was a term about leaving half the site for nature. I feel like actually they have kind of done that, right? It's a pretty nice little deal. I don't see 9 houses. I think there's probably 9 new homes built in Olevenhain, custom homes, and I mean, Olevenhain is not a fixed element, right? There's always someone coming in and putting a new house in here or there. I think a lot of them have been built off of little private roads and little multi-house lot developments. So this seems real consistent to me. So I would support this project. I would defer to on the technical matters to the fire department. They're ultimately responsible for the city's, fighting these fires, and the houses, because of their location, do have a higher construction standard that they're required to meet when they build, from the eave lines and the roof material and all of that, and clearing and things like that. So it's not willy-nilly or left happenstance that these houses will be or not, safe or not safe. There's a lot of code behind that work. I was satisfied with the biologist's explanation of his report, that it's not there to record every physical animal on the site, but that it's evaluating the habitat, and that there's still now half that habitat still left, for the birds or small animals that do live there. Tree replacement, I think that falls right into our landscape plan. I mean, there's a rule that we have: replace 1 to 1. I feel like they're meeting that rule, and there's rules in place to follow. I think traffic. I don't see 9 houses tipping the scale dramatically into a congestion, or I mean, there's certainly moments when it is congested there, but will those 9 lots be leaving at that time? I mean, it's so much as this is coincidence or randomness about like when when you are choosing to, or not choosing, but when you are driving through that site. Yeah, sometimes the school is getting out, or but do we know that these 9 homes are leaving at that time? Maybe one of them. Yeah, we don't know that. And it seems like the traffic report was done according to kind of the standards of the industry, no differently than any of the other traffic reports have been done around here. So I'll shut up and open it up to further comment if Chris or Susan or
Well,
Brent.
my main concern with it is environmental impact, and I don't think that a mitigated negative declaration or negative environmental declaration is adequate for this. I think staff and a brief biologic survey for something that's an ecological gem, as noted by a professor and an eminent biologist, probably deserves a full environmental review. I think that the developer owner has the right to develop, of course, but let's make sure it's done carefully, because we don't want to have a situation where the animals and wildlife that are there are displaced in a way that damages and threatens them. And I do know that after we approved the project on Manchester, that's when, for the first time ever, a bobcat came and took my chickens. So I can tell you from personal experience, we are displacing animals when we do these developments. I'd like to know, I'd like the environmental impact report because it also gives direction about appropriate, replacements and measures that help these animals to survive. And I think that I'm not opposed to the project in terms of the project itself, but I want it to be done right in terms of the lighting, the habitat. And I honestly do not believe it's the same thing to take down mature 120-year-old eucalyptus trees, 70 of them, and replace them with small new trees is going to help those animals survive the way they are right now and thrive. So I want a full environmental impact review with information that tells us what should be, what is the best way to preserve that ecological habitat. Because a lot of Encinitas isn't really very developable. We have a lot of steep slopes. We have wetland area. Even in my own yard, there are steep areas and some of the soil just really sandy, stuff like that. So it would be better to have that environmental impact report rather than just say, we'll just do this negative environmental declaration and call it done. For me, that's not good enough. So I can't support it without the full review.
Do you think limiting the footprint of development to less than half the site is you mentioned doing it in a way that's sensitive to the native habitat. It seems like leaving the habitat untouched is a pretty sensitive way of doing that.
I think the mature tree removal is the real problem for the wildlife, and I think environmentally it's irresponsible for the developer to take out 70 mature eucalyptus trees and put in small, one-to-one, a mature tree. Replacing it with a small young tree is absolutely not adequate to support the habitat of the type of wildlife. It's a unique area.
Okay. I'm just gonna make a comment about the EIR and the 70 eucalyptus trees because I have to disagree because of the fire safety issues regarding eucalyptus trees, and I think that we need to put human life at the very top, and I know that that's what the fire department does. The very first thing they do is they save human life, and then environment, and then structure. So I think that it's smart to take out the eucalyptus trees and replace them one-to-one with more fire-resistant native trees. So I would not support an environmental impact report in order to save 70 eucalyptus trees. And I do like that this project is on less than half of the property. I think that when I looked at the plans, I was kind of surprised when I first looked at them, and then I looked at how it was organized on the land and what that meant for the area that was going to remain untouched. And I was actually very happy to see the way this project was developed or designed. And I agree that this is a neighborhood of single-family homes. This is an additional single-family additional 9 single-family homes. I think that it creates more variety and interest in the community when you have houses of varying sizes. And so having 9 smaller, still large, homes in Olivenhain will allow people to move into that community who can't have a very, very large, or afford a very, very large home too. So I think it adds to the character and the variety of the neighborhood in order to, by having these smaller homes and lots. And all around the area, on all 4 sides, are single-family homes. So it is consistent with the neighborhood. I'm not concerned about the traffic from the 9 homes. And I just wanted to point out, having had 3 kids that have gone through many schools in the school districts in Encinitas, that all schools have and districts have varying times that kids go and come home from school, and those things change over time too. When my kids first started school, they were starting high school at 7:30 in the morning. When my youngest graduated from high school, he started at 9:30 and school got out at 4:30. So it really depends on the school district, the school itself, and timing as to what districts decide to do as far as bell schedules. So I'm comfortable with the traffic reports as it relates to the 9 homes and any school traffic that's not within that 4 to 6 p.m. timeframe. And I do appreciate the problems on Rancho Santa Fe and the issue of the stop signs and how it creates a bigger traffic issue on Rancho Santa Fe. And as someone who lives in Leucadia, I've tried to push very hard when I go to city council meetings not to turn La Costa, and I've made this this statement publicly at city council meetings. Please don't make La Costa Avenue a Rancho Santa Fe and put in stop sign after stop sign so that people can get out of their streets. So it is the way it is now. I'm hoping that with time, the street can be reconfigured and some of that traffic along Rancho Santa Fe can be alleviated. That's all I have to say now.
Thanks. Brent, do you have any thoughts on fire, safety, traffic, biology?
Oh, certainly all the similar concerns that the other commissioners had, of course. I think this is a very unique project considering all the amount of space that's being designated for open area, and I was encouraged by that. Despite the large lot sizes and the relative closeness of each of the homes. But I think it does add some character to that community. I'm not sure what we could do about an environmental impact report or whether it would produce a different outcome. It might shed some light on it, but I think the concerns that have been brought forward are relevant and have been addressed by the various departments adequately.
Okay. Bob?
Thank you. Lastly, with regards to the eucalyptus trees, if fire life safety was of primary concern of the city, then they would take out all the eucalyptus trees, and they haven't. So I disagree with Commissioner Ryan's comment that, the fire department is, there are eucalyptus trees all over this city, and they are fire hazards. And when a tree fell down on Fortuna Ranch Road, they put another eucalyptus tree back up. They didn't allow a palm tree. They didn't allow another tree. They made the homeowner put another eucalyptus tree up. So that may be a different ordinance, a different issue, maybe not the issue right now, but I don't think I disagree with that statement. Some projects, some lots, privately owned or publicly owned, aren't meant to be developed. There are steep slopes. Here we have almost, I will say approximately half, because I have to go back and look at the calculation in the staff report, because they did the calculation to go from gross to net. If you buy a hillside, doesn't mean you get to build on a hillside just because you own it. That's why we have codes. So the fact that we ended up with 5.23 net acres versus an 8.x gross acreage, it's because you couldn't develop that stuff anyway. The slopes just couldn't handle, well, you're the architect, you could probably put caissons in and make it all work. So some sites just, while they might be zoned properly at an R2, some sites just don't handle development very well. And I think this is one site that doesn't.
But to that point, the code, the zoning is full of exclusions, like steep hillside. So you're right. You could own a lot that is full of steep hillsides, and it's undevelopable.
Right.
But these guys are following the letter of the law and the codes, right? The grading amount, the excluding the steep hillsides, excluding they're following the codes that are in place to prevent someone just from saying any lot is developable in any way.
Right.
So following all those rules, they said, hey, 10 houses are supposed to fit on this thing based on the adjusted lot size. Right. Take out the road, take out the slopes. Right. So they are playing by the rules, and the rules are there to prevent someone just saying any hillside can be developed at any way. Right. So you know, this is one of the rare cases that someone's just coming up to us under the basic code and saying, I'm not trying to use a waiver, an incentive, you know, doing any of the density bonus stuff that we're so, you know, used to seeing on this commission. And we're going to beat them up over, you know, something I think is a nice, it's a good idea. Let's cluster the houses in a way that preserves as much of that open space as it can. I think the idea that is it a developable lot has been answered by the slope adjusted net acreage.
Good points.
So, I'm trying to find some, whether there is any consensus on here, if any of these items are falling off our list of concerns, but I don't know that I've expressed that I'm not worried about the fire, and I would defer to the fire department to, you know, state that they can fight a fire or they can address life safety there. Is anybody still concerned about the fire access on this? Okay. Traffic, I've expressed I'm not worried about 9 houses contributing to the traffic on Rancho Santa Fe, admittedly a tough road at times to get down. But I don't think this project is materially altering that. Anyone still concerned about traffic?
I'm still concerned. It's a cumulative effect that adds up. And I think they did reference the fact that they did a cumulative study. They included the Goodson project in their calculations, which appeases me, the fact that Legals was included, because that's 273-ish units on that corner. Can't think of anything else that's going to be developed there at the moment. I guess we'll see the next housing element to see if that increases. But there has been a road cut through that goes to Elfin Forest Road that does add more traffic that I don't know if was in the traffic study or not, but there's now a paved road that goes from Olivenheim over to Elfin Forest Road that has increased traffic, but it's probably not in the study. Mm-hmm. I don't know how it could be. So
I can chime in on the traffic. I traverse that road frequently, and it's pretty heavily trafficked many times of day. We're just sort of creeping along on it. But the horse is already out of the barn door with Goodson project. So this 9 units compared to that is a drop in the bucket compared to that. I think it's unfortunate that our town is under these state mandates in terms of projects that are high density like Goodson. They are adding traffic. We have streets that never even had sidewalks. We have streets that are narrow. They were never, ever, in our general plan, never, ever was it conceived that we would have this kind of density. I think that that traffic makes it very dangerous. And I think that our community even may be stressed mentally.
Yeah,
I think
we're
so.
Bridging into a density
I
bonus
think traffic
project
is a concern, but I don't think this project is the one that's tipping it over.
Right. Okay. We talked about environmental impact report. It sounds like mitigated negative deck is not just an arbitrary document that someone puts out there, right? I mean, someone has looked at it to a level to say that there are mitigations that, if done, would make this a negative declaration. So I'm confident in the environmental review that has been done. I don't think it merits or appropriate to go and require an entire EIR. I'm not even sure if that's within our purview to do that.
In front of me on the screen here, it says supposedly undesirable 120-year-old stand of eucalyptus is the only 101 trees by Mr. Stewart's count, remaining one of its kind, with 100-foot-tall habitat for hawks, many species of owls, and other raptors in an ecosystem that stretches all the way through San Elijo Lagoon, and so on. So I'm looking at that, and it's pretty hard to deny that this expert professor of ecological ethics at UCSD, who's a resident and bird enthusiast, who is right there seeing this, would be wrong.
Well,
So that's why
He has a
I
point of view,
feel
but he's not the
it needs a
author of the
full-on
actual
environmental
report.
impact study.
I find there's a certain chronology or timing to all this. It strikes me that most of the houses along that hillside have been developed in a very similar way. That all of, say, the 5 houses or the houses that are adjacent to this, they looked just like this lot, right, with some particularities. But at some point, they were converted into single-family homes.
This unique habitat is different. This is a very special ecological gem, and it isn't like a lot of the other development on Rancho Santa Fe. It's just not, it's different. And I think it
I
deserves
have a hard
special
time
study based on what I
finding the
read.
last person in line and saying,
We have,
you suddenly become
as
the sole
commissioners,
open space.
we have a responsibility to take it seriously when we have public comment from eminent biologists like this. I can't ignore it.
Okay. Brent, where do you stand on the biology report?
I'm encouraged that a large percentage of this was set aside to be open space. Hopefully they will replace those trees with the trees that will grow up and continue to provide that area with support for the wildlife.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Chris, have your opinions changed at all?
No. I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
So I would move to approve the plan, including the discretionary actions.
I'd second that.
Okay. Seeing a motion and a second, I'll call the vote. Okay, that vote, or that project, motion passes 3-2. The project is approved by the Planning Commission. With that, I think we will take a 10-minute break before we start into the next project. Okay, so let's be back here at 5 till 8, please. All right, thank you for coming back. We'll get this next portion started. Our next item is item 8B, Quail Meadows Housing Element Site Apartments. This is project number multi-003751, 2020. We didn't do this last time, but is there any disclosures on this project?
I'm by the location regularly.
Okay. I think we've all been by it
Yes.
several times, and I was there this morning. Okay. I'm going to make a note for anyone wishing to, the public speaking. We're going to, because of the number of speaker slips, we're going to limit the time to 2 minutes per person, and for time donations, that will be a total of 3 for 6 minutes. So if you need to think about your remarks, you have some time before we do public comment. So with that, I will, yes, it is.
Absolutely. It's totally fine. It's legal, I should say. It's a judgment call, and he made a judgment. He's allowed to make that judgment.
Up to 3. 3 total, sorry.
So you can get, so our rules are you can get up to 2 time donations. That means you get your own time plus of 2 other people who have opted to not speak. So then you can collectively speak for 6 minutes. If you get 2 other people to say, I will not speak, you speak for me.
However, you cannot use the same people, and you have to raise your hand if you are here for donating your time.
Can we ask for those donations in real time? Since you're cutting our time?
Yeah.
It's been done previously.
Okay. Here's my option. I can limit even further. I mean, we need to get through the public comment portion of this project. This is the 3rd time we've seen it. What's that?
You need to hear the people.
Yeah. We've continued this project. This is our 3rd meeting, right? And the clock is ticking. It's going to be deemed, anyway, we need to get something done tonight. Okay, this is not the deliberation portion. We're going to continue with the meeting. And I've given you some fair warning as a courtesy so that you can edit your remarks and try to work within the time allotted. With that, I will open it up to the staff for a staff report.
Good evening, Chairman. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is J.D. Choso, the planner for this project. Oh, sorry. This is the Quail Meadows Apartments. This is hearing number 3. Project site is Quail Meadows, as we know. Project site is located at 185, 195, 211, and 225 Quail Gardens Drive, near the intersection of Encinitas Boulevard and Quail Gardens Drive. Site is surrounded by single-family homes to the west and northeast, duplexes to the east, an existing church to the north, and Sunshine Gardens housing element site, and existing office buildings to the south. The project site is identified to meet the city's affordable housing needs in the 6th housing element cycle that was certified by the State Department of Housing and Community Development on July 13, 2021. As part of the housing element approval, HCD, the state requires Encinitas to use gross acreage, which is consistent with state density bonus law, which explicitly requires the use of gross acreage. This requirement was also further explicitly confirmed in correspondence between HCD and the city dated December 16, 2020 and March 25, 2021. The project includes 3 applications, density bonus, the design review permit, and a coastal development permit, and does not include CEQA because since the project is not a subdivision and provides 20% of affordable units, the project qualifies as a by right project to be exempt from CEQA review. Nevertheless, technical reports were still provided to demonstrate general plan and municipal code compliance. Project site is subject to the residential 30 overlay, special study overlay, cultural natural resources overlays, and the coastal overlay zone. Through Senate Bill 330, the project was deemed submitted on July 2, 2020. In accordance with Senate Bill 330, the project is subject only to the ordinance, policies, and standards adopted by the city and in effect when the preliminary application was submitted. For example, the city's design guidelines dated April 2005 apply. Further, the project was reviewed under all objective municipal code development standards and objective general plan local coastal program goals and policies. The project was also reviewed against all state housing laws. In summary, the new project includes the demolition of all remnant agricultural structures. The site is accessed from two locations from Quail Gardens Drive, one opposite of Kristen Court, and the second at the southwest corner of the project site on Parcel 1, the western structure, which would be right in and right out only. A new roundabout is proposed at the project entry aligned with Kristen Court. The project proposes 448 multifamily residential units in 2 4-story buildings and 1 fitness building with associated grading and landscaping. The 448 units includes 358 market rate and 90 low income. Each 4-story building includes basement level parking, except the fitness building, which is just 2 stories. All the remaining undeveloped areas would be protected as open space in perpetuity. Project, as stated, is proposing 448 units, 358 market rate, and 90 low income, which is all going to be distributed between the 2 buildings. Of the 90 units for affordable designation, 45 will be preserved in perpetuity, and the other 45 will be preserved for 55 years, all at the low income category. Conditions of approval are included, so the affordable units shall be comparable to all the market rate units and be indistinguishable in terms of size and range of 1 to 3 bedrooms and all have access to the same amenities. The project is in the southern portion of the project site, the same as the previous design. While the fitness building is 2 stories with no basement levels, as stated, the other buildings include 4 stories of residential and basement level parking. Structures are in the same location and as previously proposed, now with a residential style. Buildings 1 and 2 in the fitness building include varying materials and colors, or a variety of earth tone colors, stucco, stone veneer, glass railing, glass storefronts, white vertical siding, and gray composition shingle roofs. Parking is provided in accordance with the allowable ratios according to state density bonus law. The project requires 534 parking spaces and provides 749 parking spaces. Please note the highlighted correction in the staff report is shown here in yellow. There's 134 2-bedroom units. The project meets and exceeds all parking standards as laid out by the state density bonus law and also exceeds all required EV charging requirements according to the city. The total 749 residential parking spaces also includes 266 EV-ready spaces. No concessions are requested as part of this density bonus request, but 3 are permitted with the project in accordance with state density bonus law. There are 4 waivers, which is a reduction from the 9 that were previously presented. The 4 that are requested regard building height, stories, a front yard setback reduction just for building 2, and a reduction of the required private common open space. Project of the 440 units will generate 2,688 average daily trips. The general plan circulation element policy 1.3 prohibits all development which results in a level of service E or F. The closest intersection, Quail Gardens Drive, Westlake Street, and Encinitas Boulevard, does not comply with this circulation element 1.3, performing currently at level of service E. As a result, traffic signal modifications at that intersection, including installing a right turn overlaps at the westbound and southbound approaches and signal timing optimization are proposed. Applicant is also required to pay traffic mitigation fees Staff is also here, Matt Edgeworth, to speak to this while you deliberate. The roundabout at the project entry is proposed at Kristen Court with 4-inch tall mountable curbs to allow emergency vehicle access. Traffic Division, Engineering, and Fire Departments have reviewed and concurred with this design. The roundabout will be finalized during the Public Improvement Plan review. Project is also conditioned that final approval of the roundabout requires a City Council decision, as noted in the conditions of approval. Apart from the roundabout, at the project entry, landscaping, curb, gutter, and a meandering sidewalk along the Quail Gardens project frontage is proposed as depicted. Project includes trees to be planted along the street frontage to accompany the meandering path. The project is conditioned prior to public improvement plan issuance to require all trees proposed in the right-of-way to be reviewed for compliance with all policies and code sections that regard trees and native plants. Applicant shall also evaluate the use of coast live oaks or scrub oaks in certain locations in the right-of-way. These trees shall also be privately maintained by the property owner, and the city arborist concurred with the streetscape and this condition of approval. Project is also providing 313 trees with a variety of shrubs, plants, ground cover, and vines on site and complies with all landscape standards. Project is also providing enhanced paving into the main entry between buildings 1 and 2 and the courtyard and the intersection in the interior of the site, and also complies with parking and site landscaping requirements. Project is also conditioned to save or transplant one or both of the Torrey pines located near the northeast corner of Building 2. If either one dies, the trees shall be replaced. The top left of this figure is the fitness building, surrounded by trees with a variety of shrubs, plants, ground cover, consistent with the other buildings and the overall theme of the project. Balance of the project site is conditioned to be placed in an open space easement to be protected into perpetuity. The open space easement covers approximately 3.3 acres. The colored areas in this figure depict the various areas, including the courtyards, private patio, balconies, fitness meeting club rooms, fitness building with pool, etc. Outdoor lounge areas, including cabanas, barbecues, fire pits, and seating areas that would qualify as the amenities for private and common open space for all the residents. The project requests were found to be in compliance with the Encinitas Municipal Code and General Plan, and therefore the Coastal Development Permit findings can be made. Coastal Commission, however, has appeal jurisdiction within the 100 foot of the wetland, noted as the circles there. No portion of the project is located within that 100-foot radius. However, the project includes slip landing repair of that existing storm drain that passes underneath, as depicted in blue, underneath the identified wetlands. And the project also includes habitat restoration within the 100-foot wetland buffer. Since the wetlands have been determined to be under the Coastal Commission's jurisdiction, only the work associated with the slip lining, storm drain repair, and the habitat restoration are subject to Coastal Commission appeal. 2 citizen participation meetings were held, both in 2023. At that time, various concerns were raised. The CPP final report is included with the agenda report. All the public comments since that time, up to leading to this meeting, have been distributed and posted online. The applicant has also provided a response to the public comments, which was also provided to you earlier today. These are all the technical reports that were prepared to demonstrate general plan compliance. Again, the project is a by right project, and a list of all the technical studies are listed here. All the tech reports are also attached with the staff report, and we have staff from each discipline available to answer any of these questions. Staff makes a recommendation to approve this project, and including the memorandum regarding the water district conditions of approval and the condition of approval to record a privately maintained drainage maintenance easement for the length of the existing 48-inch CMP concrete masonry pipe that runs through the open space. And this concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Jay. Are there any clarification questions of staff? I have one for you, Jay. Slip lining the drainage pipe, is that something that's done from inside the pipe, or does that require excavating and working from above the pipe?
I'm going to defer to our principal engineer, Leah
Hi.
Cabrera.
I'm Leah Cabrera from Land Development. You can slip line the pipe if you access it from the head wall and then again at the clean out at the street. So you don't have to trench open in the wetlands. You can access it from the openings on either end of the pipe.
Okay, thank you. That was my question. Bob?
I'd like to add on to that. So how do we know if the pipe is not compromised halfway through? And would the slip lining fix that compromise?
Prior to slip lining, the method of the normal operations is typically you CCTV the pipe before so that you can perform point repairs. The material that you slip line the pipe with can tear if there's defects in the pipe, so you'd have to go in and kind of smooth out the pipe by putting in some kind of equipment into the pipe. So you smooth it out, and then it'll just go in through the head wall, and then you exit out through the other end of the pipe, and then you would pull the slip lining material in through the pipe into the smooth pipe that way, and then cure it.
So do we know if I guess that we don't know if it's been compromised until they do the report.
Until you televise it and then watch the video.
Okay. No other questions? Thank you, Jay. With that, we will open it up if the applicant is here and like to make a presentation. I think with 10 minutes.
I think it starts with QM. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Chair Dalton. Commissioners, my name is Maria Miller, representing the applicant. Thank you for reviewing the project again tonight. We took your feedback from the last hearing and the community's feedback to heart, and we made some substantial changes to the project. And we're confident that the project that's here in front of you today is a much more thoughtful design that takes into account community's needs and vision. I'd like to thank staff for working through the revisions with us and Jay for the presentation. And I would just like to focus on the main changes that we made to the project since our last meeting. So number one, we reduced the unit count from 485 to 448 units. But at the same time, we've increased the number of affordable units from 72 to 90. Now representing the 20% of the total project and 25% of our base density. We heard from the community, don't do the minimum, you can do more. So we've made a quarter of our units affordable. And as a reminder, the project is only required to do 15% inclusionary housing. This change, of course, better aligns with the community's feedback and also balances the housing needs. We reduced the building height from 6 stories to 4, making them more compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. Additionally, we moved parking underground, which is an improvement to both aesthetics and functionality of the project. Now you can reach your parking space quicker underground, and also it frees up space on the podium for the open space. And that, in combination with an enhanced architecture, featuring improved facade articulations and varied roof line, really reduces the massing of the project. We've added increased bike parking and private storage areas, so we're no longer requesting a waiver for those development standards. And lastly, we have nearly doubled the area of our environmental restoration, increasing it from about 1.5 acres previously to nearly 3 acres in this revised design, all on site. Next, I'd like to focus on, to look at how these changes have shaped the overall design of the project. So just by looking at the bottom rendering, you can see that the updated style presents a much more varied and visually interesting streetscape. We have incorporated elements of modern and traditional style to create a contemporary urban design that's more contextual to this neighborhood. We have varied building heights and styles that prevent a monotonous look of the building. A combination of pitched and flat roofs creates a dynamic skyline, And overall, we feel that this approach really creates an impression of having individual units land in a wider cohesive community for a smaller scale and pedestrian-friendly experience than our previous submittal. Next, I'd like to focus on the improvements that we've made to the facade articulation. This design features several building segments with varied heights and setbacks, which breaks up the massing and creates a more engaging architectural profile. We've added more offset facade planes so that now building facades have more varied depths, resulting in a non-uniform building face. We have a variation of different shapes and sizes of windows, including multi-pane, large multi-pane windows and some stacks of floor-to-ceiling windows that we strategically placed at building corners to give the building a more refined and intentional look. Materials and colors, next slide, Jay colored that, but essentially we kept our material as stucco, and we've accented it with stone siding and wood look tile, complemented by metal accents in awnings and railings. Vertical elements play a crucial role in breaking up the horizontal massing of the facade, and we're using several different elements here. We have sections of the buildings that extend higher than the surrounding roof line, creating these vertical accents. Changes in color occur in vertical strips. Again, these visual lines break up the horizontal spread. Material changes occur vertically. And lastly, we've intentionally highlighted just the 3- and 2-story height on the facade that faces Quail Gardens Drive, visually to just diminish the height and bulk of the building. Height reduction, of course, is a key aspect of the revised design. You can see here the before and after comparison. It's quite a substantial change. On the bottom picture, I drew the line where the previous height used to be, so it's a big reduction. Not only is this design more respectful of the neighborhood, it's also in line with what this Planning Commission and City Council previously approved for the other 4-story projects, including Moonlight Apartments and Encinitas Boulevard Apartments. We thank you for your time. As you can see, we've revised the project with the community's needs in mind and balancing housing, environmental stewardship. We thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you. Are there any immediate questions of the applicant? Okay, seeing no questions, we'll move on to the public comment. So at this point, we have how many speakers?
About 23.
23? Yeah. Okay. Like I said, we'll have 2 minutes per speaker, please. And if you would call out several, 3 or 4 at a time, and please be ready to speak after the person in front of you.
First up is Glenn Johnson, followed by Ted Elliott and Chase Picado.
Okay, my name is Glenn Johnson, and I live on Kristen Court. I moved to Encinitas about 38 years ago as the town was incorporating, and I was attracted here. My job brought me, but also the things that attracted me to Encinitas were the open space and the parks, the beach. The quality of the schools here is outstanding compared to the schools of Los Angeles. We want to give ourselves a hand. I chose the Kristen Court because the amenities on the street and the houses were right for me. The wide street, the individual mailboxes, the convenient guest parking, the trash pickup, and so forth. As I look at the world today, we seem to be cursed with automobiles. I wish we'd planned Encinitas to support the kind of traffic we have today, but we hadn't, and so we'll have a problem there. Parking the cars. Once you have a car, you have to park it, and parking becomes a huge, huge problem. I read all of the public comments on the online, not in great detail, and I hope the commissioners have had time to read and study those comments. What I'm requesting here is that construction parking not use my street for either the construction vehicles or the workers. And I'd like to see that written into the agreement with the city if this project goes through, or if some other housing project comes there, then fine. Oh, okay, and I'm out.
Thank you.
So next we have Ted Elliott, followed by Chase Picado, and then Tracy Elliott.
Hi, my name is Ted Elliott, and I'm a longtime resident of Encinitas. I'm here to talk about the Quail Meadows project. Just a little background. Baldwin and Sons is a Newport Beach developer, owned, from what I understand, by a father and a few of his sons. This is a little bit old, but according to the LA Times, the brothers are known for their lavish lifestyle. They own a ranch in Wyoming, ski lodge in Sun Valley, home in Cabo San Lucas. They travel often. Their primary residence are custom homes and exclusive Emerald Bay community. I don't know if that's true, adjoining Laguna Beach. Last I looked, there were 5 homes listed there. One was for $25 million, one was for $32 million. They don't care about Encinitas as long as they can continue their lavish lifestyle. So they are a Newport Beach developer that wants to make a big profit on their Quail Meadows property that they purchased to put 35 single-family homes or somewhere around there. But they found a loophole. They decided to create an eyesore and a monstrosity of a building or buildings where they can plan to ignore Encinitas regulations in an area they know will not accommodate the project and will look like Irvine Spectrum. There are several problems. Infrastructure was not built to accommodate this. Traffic, for one. Of course, the builder says traffic's great, no problem. Let's put a right-hand turn lane at Encinitas Boulevard, one at Saxony. Although the road's completely changed since that traffic study went into place, and that traffic study was done in the middle of COVID when no one was on the road, it's all good. You guys driven on Encinitas Boulevard lately? Not great.
Okay.
That's just one of the problem.
Thank you.
There are several others, including.
Sir, your 2 minutes is up.
Okay. Thank you. This plan should be denied.
Next we have Chase Picado, followed by Tracy Elliott and Lisa Provenzano.
Good evening, Honorable Planning Commissioners. My name is Chase Preciado. I'm a legal assistant with the law firm Lazo Jury, and I'm here on behalf of Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility, or SAFER. SAFER is respectfully requesting that the Commission take no action on the project at this time. SAFER submitted a written comment to the Commission yesterday, and in the brief time I have, I'd like to highlight 2 issues. The first issue is that this project is not exempt from CEQA, and the second issue is that the project does not qualify for its coastal development permit. For the exemption, staff claims that the project is exempt from CEQA under a provision of the government code. However, that provision only exempts certain by right projects where the only discretionary decision being made is design review, but that's not what's happening here. This project requires more than just design review. For example, this project requires a coastal development permit, and there is nothing in the government code that exempts that discretionary permit decision from triggering CEQA. The staff report also points to how the project site is designed by right under the city's zoning. However, the city's zoning code explicitly states that by right uses are not exempt from the Coastal Act. In other words, even if it's labeled as by right, it is not exempt from the Coastal Act. Because the project is in the coastal zone and requires a coastal development permit, that is a discretionary permit that triggers CEQA regardless of the zoning's by right label. And that brings me to the second issue, which is the project's inconsistencies with the city's local coastal program. The city has a certified local coastal program. In order to qualify for a coastal development permit, a project needs to be consistent with the coastal program standards. The project is using a state density bonus law to get waivers from height, stories, and setbacks. Because these waivers are inconsistent with the local coastal program, the project is not eligible for its coastal development permit, and the project should be denied on that basis. For the reasons I discussed and in SAFER's written comments, SAFER requests that the commission refrain from taking any further action on the project at this time. Thank you.
Next we have
I do want to commend you on your delivery and speed. Very well done.
Tracy Elliott, Lisa Provenzano, and then Jeff Miller.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Tracy Elliott, and I've lived off Quill Gardens for 20 years. The project that you're considering will absolutely ruin Quill Gardens corridor. And the sad thing is, once you allow this to happen, there's nothing you can do to change it. As Susan said when we were talking about the last project, something to the effect of the cat's out of the bag, there's nothing we can do about it now. And I don't think that we want to get to that point with this project. So there are plenty of problems with the project, as others will address, but I'd like to focus on traffic safety. I have 4 kids, and all of them are drivers now. And in the morning and after school, as anyone knows who drives on Quail Gardens regularly, there are so many kids on e-bikes traveling this road that you have to come to a slow crawl at times to not hit a kid at the narrow points of this road. And if you allow this project, it is not a matter of if, but a matter of when a kid is going to get hit and killed on their bikes on this road. It is going to happen. And that will be on you for allowing this to go through. It's obviously gonna ruin the kid that gets hit on the bike. It's gonna ruin their family. It's gonna devastate the poor driver who does this. And it will be on you. I am terrified that it's gonna be me. I'm terrified it's gonna be somebody in my family who I love. But the ultimate blame will be on the local politicians who allow this to happen. Your duty is to protect the public, and if you are not doing your duty, you are not doing your duty if you allow this project to go through. Thank you.
Next, we have Lisa Provenzano, Jeff Miller, and Jillian Frost.
I'm Lisa Provenzano. I live in Quail Park, directly across from the Botanical Gardens. I wanted to address the drainage plan, the pipe. The flood-prone site is inadequate as it relies on refurbishing that badly damaged 60-year-old pipe. Fixing the pipe would be expensive and require intrusions into sensitive habitat that must remain off limits. Our community is located across the street from the Botanical Gardens. Both of our metal pipes running through the community were rusted in multiple areas. This caused leaks, resulting in a sinkhole in the middle of our community. We couldn't take that approach, the slip lining, because that's over $1 million, and the developer is responsible for that. I hope that the city that's not one of the concessions they're giving the developer, paying part of that drain. We only paid $85,000 for one pipe repair, and the other one $45,000 because we did it earlier on when the damage was less. So we paid for it. Each resident paid for it. So what's the plan for the 60-year-old damaged pipe in the Baldwin development, and will the cost be one of the concessions? And how do we find out what concessions Quail Meadows gets? Because there are a lot of them and we don't seem to be able to get an answer of exactly which ones they got. Thank you.
Next, we have Jeff Miller with 2 time donations. If Millie Schaefer could raise her hand. And then also Henry Buchakara. Thank you. 6 minutes.
Before I start, I have to say that if I don't use all of them, I'd like to donate Henry's to my wife, who's Jillian Frost. My name is Jeff Miller. I'm no relation to Maria Miller. I may be the only one tonight to say that I'm saddened that we live in such a divisive, antagonistic times where those who do not share our perspective are vilified. Okay, so thank you to Baldwin and Sons for taking some steps and addressing some, but not all of our concerns. That's deeply appreciated. Thank you. I'm going to talk about public safety and all the reports that have been mentioned here. This was not addressed. I brought it up before, and it was never addressed. Okay, there's 448 family units that are going to join 592 1,040 family units in this area that are going to put traffic, as two speakers ago said, into the intersection of Encinitas Boulevard and Westlake Drive. That is a portal to the Scripps Hospital on Santa Fe. I tell you now that a private-owned vehicle, let alone and perhaps an ambulance, will not be able to get through that in an emergency medical situation. And again, that will be on you. And for the record, I am mentioning this, so when somebody dies because they can't get to the emergency room from Pacific Serena Boulevard or from Encinitas Ranch, or I'm sorry, sir, I forget the neighborhood you live in, but that neighborhood as well, it's going to be in the record that this was brought up, and public safety is not subject to any of the waivers, any of the mandates in California law. So be worried about that. Other people here are going to mention traffic mitigation, drainage, sewer, wastewater, stormwater, power grid, sensitive habitat, and steep slopes. And they're going to complain that specific comments that made were not addressed in the reports that Jay mentioned. Okay? The answer is going to be, well, we've done some studies and they seem to indicate that there's not a problem. But a reasonable person, based on common sense observations, is going to beg to differ. Consider that previous environmental studies missed the endangered wetland and were only caught when a separate study was done by an independent citizen. Consider also that we look into Sunshine Garden and we can see the storm runoff create a lake in there. It's going to be worse for Quail Meadow Gardens. Why is it we're going to believe that stormwater runoff with an additional development there is not going to be a problem? Consider again that the Encinitas Sanitary District is planning on increasing our sewage rates 20% every year, so compounded, for 5 years to refurbish a dying sewer system that services our city. And we're adding another 448 units in addition to 592. I'm sorry, you've got to understand our perspective on how this is a concern. And finally, I'm sorry, I don't want to mention this because this may be fake news. I don't know. But I am concerned that another development at Portal Central South discharged 6.3 million gallons of untreated stormwater and faced a record fine for that. I'm sorry, have we really studied this sufficiently that we really know that there's no impact to our community? Because once the cat's out of the bag, this cat's out of the bag. I'm going to close so that I can give my last 2 minutes to my wife. I respect the great effort that Baldwin and Sons have made. I suggest that you delay this and re-examine everything. Thank you.
Okay, so next we have Jillian Frost with a time donation from her husband for 2 more minutes, and then also from Joan Zeltinger. Okay, thank you.
Okay. We thank you, Baldwin and Sons, for making these changes. However, the fundamental impacts on the community remain the same. And there's a certain amount of magical thinking that goes into the thought that simply by reducing the total amount of units by 37 on a 485-unit building, that the fundamental problems of congestion and stress on our infrastructure are going to go away. Fox Point Farms, this development is incomplete. And yet, we are already seeing the problems with parking where people are being told to park on Paseo de las Flores because the developer has not planned sufficiently. Quail Meadows plans to allot 1.7 cars per unit. Will this be enough to accommodate all the residents? Doubtful. And where will these additional cars go but into our neighbourhoods? Sunshine Gardens, the project, has already been delayed for well over a year because of flooding. Last February, it looked like a small lake. The reason is plain and simple, because it's built on a floodplain. This is the very same floodplain that Baldwin and Sons plans to build not only a 4-story building, but an underground car park. We are told that plans are in place, but have we, the community, had sufficient time to peruse these new plans and hold Baldwin and Sons to account? No, we have not, because the new plans have not been put up for a proper community review. Earlier meeting notes state the development has been connected to the sewer system, Quail Meadows, and it was found to have adequate capacity to serve the proposed project. Earlier this year, the City of Encinitas approved a plan to raise the sewer rates by 20% per year for the next 5 years. That amounts to a 120% increase for our citizens. The City Council argued that the sewer system cannot cope with our current capacity and is at a critical breaking point. Now, how can we, the community, reconcile these two competing narratives? How do we reconcile a report that says the sewers are fine when the City Council tells us that they are crumbling? Now, I'm not saying anything new, but when so many voices come together and raise the same issues, the demand is that our local officials take note and take our voices into account. Give us a chance to review these plans thoroughly and ask questions and listen to us, because we, the community, deserve no less. And I just want to say thank you. I know your job is difficult, but please do not let expediency cloud your better judgment. And above all, do the right thing. Thank you.
Next up, we have Maria Ardence, and she has 2 time donations, one from Bonnie Bobesian. Oh, okay. And then also Sandra Anderson. Thank you. Following Maria will be Teresa Conahan and Dolores Welty.
Hi. Okay, so 22-year resident here. Until the 592 already approved units are fully occupied, full capacity, this corridor along Quail Gardens Drive, there's no way to accurately measure the cumulative effect of an additional 448 units proposed. It would be irresponsible and reckless to add any more high-density developments to a 2-lane country road with 0 street parking. The developer, Baldwin and Sons, should be restricted, in my opinion, to calculating based on net acreage, not gross acreage. Baldwin and Sons, they chose to purchase this land decades ago with protected wetlands on the property. No one forced them to purchase this land that had development limitations. We cannot compromise the safety and the character of our community just because the developer chose a piece of land which contains a large portion of wetlands. Respectfully, I question the exemptions city staff gave on CEQA. This stud over here already covered that, so I'll skip that. Clearly glaring red lights to that. Baldwin and Sons has recently been fined a record $6.6 million by the San Diego Water Board for failure to stop illegal stormwater discharge. They have a history of repeated violations at an Orange County construction site. They repeatedly did not protect their own backyard. What makes you think they're going to protect ours, our wetlands, our coast, our wildlife with such a large project? We also know that Sunshine Gardens and Baldwin property are in a large watershed area. We have no idea how the Sunshine Garden mitigation will work. It's reckless to proceed with this area of Quail Gardens until watershed mitigation plans are successful from Sunshine Gardens and best practices can be adopted by Baldwin for whatever projects eventually approved. Baldwin is providing insufficient parking for a proposed community that is off of a 2-lane country road, 0 street parking. How could the state waiver for minimum required parking spaces be applied to a project where there's no adjacent street parking? Makes no sense. 2024 data reflects for Encinitas rental market that a majority, over 90% of renters in Encinitas are of driving age. Do the math. Not enough parking spaces. I've done the parking analysis with various scenarios. Numbers don't even come close. So where's the overflow parking going to go? Kristen Court, Paseo de la Verdes. Paseo de la Verdes is already used daily for street parking for Quail Gardens Park, as well as the Encinitas Ranch hiking trails visitors. Additionally, it's at full capacity. Every event, huge event held by the Botanical Gardens, Heritage Museum, and the Farm Labs. We are already being impacted by what's happening from Fox Point Farms because enough parking has not been provided. It's dangerous. We're getting litter all over the place. No. Additionally, have we been notified of Quail Meadows Apartments' plans to charge additional parking fees? If so, we've seen in this city, with the resort of Encinitas, that additional parking fee incentivizes renters to park off-site. Okay, so the negative impact to surrounding communities adjacent to Quail Gardens Drive, reminder, 0 street parking, would be dangerous, devastating, and unjust, with the insufficient parking being proposed. The sheer size of this proposed Quail Meadows apartment would be inconsistent with our general plan, which requires for the preservation of community character. The height of the revised buildings are still taller than city code. If passed, these structures would be the largest residential structures in our city on a 2-lane country road. Nothing about that is reflective about the character of our surrounding community, and it's obscene, obscene. When you guys visited the site, did you consider how 2 4-story, massively sized buildings are going to look compared to the surrounding family homes that sit across from the site? The homes on Kristen Court and all the other adjacent neighborhoods, they're going to look like they're getting swallowed up by this monstrosity. On page 21 of Baldwin's traffic report, they claim, okay, check this out. Since the proposed project would contribute less than 50 peak hour trips on the I-5 freeway, freeway analysis was not conducted. Okay, they want us to believe that with over 1,000 residents, there's going to be less than 50 peak hour trips on the freeway. Less than 5% of the residents are going to get on the freeway to go to work in the morning. Are you kidding me? Please. That's a blatant misrepresentation of the truth. Aside from the traffic impact study, which needs to be conducted after the cumulative effect of all of these other already approved new communities go in, they owe us a freeway analysis. That's unacceptable. I implore this Planning Commission to deny this application, as well as any other future applications which do not maintain the character of this community and would irreparably overburden one small area of a 2-lane country road with 0 street parking. I understand we're faced with state housing mandates. However, Baldwin is consistently proposing projects that are like trying to squeeze a boulder into a pea-sized hole. Doesn't fit. We need to take a mindful approach to our housing element instead of letting developers destroy our communities while they hide behind unjust blanketed housing mandates. We cannot support additional high-density housing on Quail Gardens Drive. We need charming starter homes and cottages that reflect the character of our community and help people build generational wealth, not rent forever. Per Encinitas Historical Society, iconic Encinitas resident Ida Lucoli said she fought hard to maintain the essential spirit that was Encinitas and encouraged others to resist any mindless development that she felt might detract from the character of our community. Please protect our community.
Please wrap it up, please.
Absolutely. Please only approve mindful developments which preserve the character of our community. Don't rubber stamp this just because you're tired of the conversation. Please.
Next, we have Teresa Conahan Dolores Welty and Brett Morris.
Hello. I, too, just want to ask you guys to please deny this. Without knowing the impact of the Fox Point Farms and the other two previously approved developments, there's absolutely no way to have a realistic gauge on what this is going to do to our community. I think it's unethical to approve this. There's too much being built in a small area of the city, and it's not what the state intended to do to change our community this way. What's the maximum amount that we're going to allow? When will we know when enough is enough? Is it just going to be when all the natural land is gone? Is there room for Encinitas to have another school? We're bringing in a lot of families. My nephew's class at Oak Crest has 40 kids in his math class. That's like a square foot per kid. We have enough. There's like enough, maximum capacity that can fit in a certain area. It's like the pool's full, When too many people, you got to get out of the pool. I'm going to skip traffic because a lot of people have talked about that, but I just want to make a point that our world is changing. The state is literally on fire. We don't have an abundance of water. It's not a good idea for us to continue to build at an extreme rate when we don't know what changes will be happening in the next 10, 20 years to the environment as a whole. Our water district already has plans to limit the amount of water that we're allowed to be using. Why would we be continuing to build in a desert that can't accommodate the already people living here? When is enough enough? I know development is about money and the developers are trying to make a profit, but why can't it sometimes be about preservation? There's a great loss of habitat in Encinitas and, okay, I'm done.
Thank you.
Next, we have Dolores Welty, Brett Morris, and Steve Gherkin.
I just want to take 1 minute. There's a 17.5-foot fill on this property, and I really wanted them to show you the grading plans and point where it is. Why? You're only supposed to go 4 feet fill. Thank you. I have 1.42 and I donate it.
Thank you.
Brett Morris,
Good
Steve
evening.
Gherkin,
I've got
and
my 2
Angela.
minutes, and then Dylan is going to give me his 2 minutes as well. Brett Morris, I live across the street from this development, the Sunshine Gardens development on Quail Point Lane. I am a developer, and I know this process, and I'm usually on the other side of this, but I think there's a big difference between responsible development and not responsible development, and this is a blatant example of not responsible development. If you look at, there's some complaints and stuff about Fox Point parking, but I think that's an example of doing it right, bringing density into the city, having good amenities, not being greedy, having open space. That's probably a great example of using for sale product that increases the community's involvement and commitment to the community. I think that's an example of responsible development. How did we get here? Why does the state have the right to come and tell us that this is an R5 or R3 and now it's an R30 overlay with density bonus and we can build 485 units here? Probably because we just spent an hour and a half arguing about 9 units in Alevenhagen that have been on the docket for 6 years. That's how we got here, guys. So just figure that out. I'm not here to tell you that we shouldn't have more density, we shouldn't build, but what I am here to tell you is that this project is pretty bad for our street, it's bad for the community. It's a blatant exaggeration of what should be allowed by the state and the city, and I think that we need to find ways to shoot it down. So how do we do that? Well, we've gone through the CEQA stuff. Obviously, that's how most people kill developers, me being on the other side of it usually. They've kind of shot themselves in the foot. All right, we'll just go 6 stories in and do whatever we want anyways. So the next way is safety, and we've already heard from the community saying this is not a safe project. This is going to be on your heads that we don't have the infrastructure to support that many units on Quail Gardens and really on Encinitas Boulevard. We don't have any clover leaves on the 5. Getting on and off the 5 at any time trying to take your bike or your e-bike, or these kids going around to school on their e-bikes, Encinitas Boulevard, Quail Gardens, someone's going to get hit. The public responders can't get anywhere. If you've ever tried to take your kids, my kids went to St. John and Capri last year. It's a 45-minute round trip. You know, it's just obscene. So I think for public safety, that's where you guys really have to think. And if you really don't like this project, but your hands are tied by the state, think about how the public safety here is really at jeopardy. And that's really the thing that you can, stake at. So I do have a couple minutes here, but I think that kind of gets my points across. I'd like to echo and kind of paraphrase what Commissioner Whitaker said, I think in the last meeting, that just because you can do something doesn't mean that you should. Just because the state allows a Newport developer to come down here and jam as many units as possible into a site doesn't mean that we should allow it. And if you've got any capability to stop that or reduce it into something that's more reasonable for our community, then I urge you to do so. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next, we have Steve Gherkin. Steve has 2 time donations, one from Molly Hintland. Thank you, Molly. And Jane Borenson. Following Steve will be Angela Carroll.
See if I need glasses today. I tried to print it big. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Steve Gherkin. I'm the head of the Encinitas Citizens for Responsible Development. It's a nonprofit community alliance focused on responsible development in Encinitas. We're going to talk, 7 of us or so, about public safety and health issues. And I'm going to start off with a key issue is density of the site. It's a SB 330 site, which means all rules, regulations, ordinances in place at the time this was deemed a project in June of 2020 are applicable. So I'm going to tell you this project is inconsistent with the general plan and why. The Encinitas General Plan, Land Use Policy 3.2, refers to a, quote, net acreage concept, which essentially means the total land area available for development after subtracting any areas designated as unusable or dedicated to public uses like streets, parks, or open space within a specific development parcel. Our housing element plan, which was in effect when this application was submitted, and is part of the general plan. And if you look at Appendix C, Table C2, it shows that the Baldwin sites would yield net acreage of 9.04 acres based on known site factors that were unbuildable. Now we know there's a lot more that's unbuildable. The housing element plan has a calculation method statement. It states the net acreage for each candidate site was calculated based on gross acreage for minus the acreage deemed partially or completely undevelopable based on existing steep slopes and known environmental constraints. Baldwin complicitly agreed that it would be required to use the city's general plan in agreement with the HCD to use net acreage of the site in exchange for an R30 special zoning overlay. In June 10, 2020, the HCD issued a housing element site inventory guidebook, which stated to all city planners, so we had the capacity of a site should also be adjusted for areas that cannot be developed due to environmental factors, such as hazards, wetlands, topography that can't be mitigated. So a real important point here is that at a prior meeting, a staff member stated that they had spoken with the city attorney and they said that they are to use gross density in their calculations. I did a public records request of all legal memos on the matter, and 1 memo came back. A legal memo, and by the way, all this information is in the packet in front of you, which is part of the public records, and it's in a lot more detail than I can speak to today. The legal memo is dated Feb 1, 2021 from our esteemed Encinitas housing attorney, Barbara Kautz, and it was to the Land Use and Planning Unit Chief of the HCD. And it stated Encinitas' position on use of net acreage and its determination of housing element site density. The memo stated that in 2020 and previous years, the city used net lot area rather than gross lot area to calculate base density. Attorney Kautz in the memo stated that throughout the development of the city's 5th cycle housing element, which this plan is held to, HCD closely reviewed site capacity and insisted that significant deductions in capacity be made for hillsides, wetlands, roadways, and similar areas. The memo also states that the staff modified its calculations of base density so that maximum net density was applied to the gross acreage of the site. This process, quote, was followed without any authorization from any decision-making body. I bring that up because you have a legal memo, the only memo the city produced about how the city calculates density on these housing element sites versus the discussions, the innuendos, the hearsay that staff will present. So are you going to take a memo or hearsay? That's your decision. So in plain and simple language, this means to calculate the housing density on a site, net acreage calculations deduct the streets, easements, and other non-buildable areas from the calculation. In summary, the Quail Meadows application uses gross acreage calculations for its density, and that is inconsistent with the general plan, the housing element plan, and the HCD guidelines. And since I got a little bit of extra time, I just wanted to not dilute this discussion of density, because this site, which probably has only 3 acres of net buildable land on it on lot 1. So that should be something that'll be discussed, and you'll see the steep slopes of lot 2 that they're trying to build straight over. That'll come up later. When I interviewed Ron Martin, the co-owner of the property that bought the land in 1967, I was talking to him about, because we'd had the major floods where Sunshine Gardens was crushed. Sunshine Gardens was buried in water, and all the businesses and the nursery was put out of business. And he said, Steve, when we bought the property in the 60s, old man Ecky came down one day and introduced himself to us. And he said, boys, this land floods. It floods often and it floods bad. That's why I don't own it. And to this date, no one has built on that because it's a floodplain. And the loss of life and property that's possible from the floods are something that you need to determine in your public safety issues. In the public record of the city is upstream are the city's retention basins. They have ruptured multiple times and flooded all the properties downstream, and they still exist today. Why isn't that information and evidence in this document before you from the staff? You'll see that this is a very unsafe place to build, and I hope you will determine that this application should not be allowed. Thank you.
Next is Angela Carroll, Paul Torre.
Hello, my name is Angela Carroll, and I'm a 15-year resident of Quail Gardens Drive. I have 3 key points. First are the facts. This project, you said earlier, the rare cases following the code. This project is consistent with the Hillside Inland Bluff Overlay Zone of Encinitas Municipal 303403A. Regulations shall apply to all areas within the Special Study Overlay Zone where the site-specific analysis indicates that 10% or more of an aerial parcel that exceeds 25-degree slope. The Planning Commission shall be the authorized agency for reviewing and granting discretionary approvals for this proposed development within the Hillside and Inland Bluff Overlay Zone. The slopes report for Lot 2 shows that over 1/4 of the lot is covered with natural slopes greater than 25%. Therefore, Lot 2 is subject to this overlay zone. Exceptions to this regulation include modified slopes. The application provides no evidence of manufactured steep slopes or disturbed soils in the steep slopes of Lot 2. All photos and information are for 3 and 4, not Lot 2, and that's an important point. Based on the review of a single topographic map and a single aerial photo, the existing steep slopes of Lot 2 under the proposed location of Building 2 are not disturbed and have been maintained as natural waterways of the inland creek, handling the large volume of on-site flows onto the property. The most striking example of being undisturbed areas of Lot 2 are shown in the single area photo from 2017. The aerial shows that greenhouses are not built on inland creeks and steep slopes. This analysis should properly conclude that major portions of Lot 2, especially the creek, are not disturbed and therefore subject to the protection of the Encinitas Municipal Code. Second point, traffic mitigation measures. My family, we drive up in that street every day. It's not only school, it's not only me going to work, my husband, but it's like soccer practice, school, all the extra things. We were subject to a car accident. That is one of the most dangerous intersections is Quail Gardens Drive and Encinitas. We were hit 40 miles per hour, broken bones. It was not great. We need to think about our families and protect them. Last thing, this is an opportunity for you to negotiate with the developers. I've lived there for 15 years. They've had less than 40 homes initially. Please be empowered to take action and negotiate. Thank you.
Next, we have Paul Tornillo. I'm trying to pronounce the Y, the double L's.
You can pronounce the L's.
So Paul, Tony Kulik, and then, let's see, Kathleen McDowell. A slide. Okay, I'll have Jay.
Steve, it was up while you were speaking. Yes.
He's got some more, I
just-
think.
Okay, they're part of a group, so I could just, I guess, flip through the pages. Thank you.
My name is Paul Tornillo, and I've lived in Encinitas since about 1995. We've had our house in Beach Street, which is right across the street from the Rancho Coastal Humane Society since 2005. And I've got a 12-year-old and a 16-year-old. Last 2 years, I would drive my 16-year-old to Costa Canyon. So I drove Quail Gardens sometimes four times a day. But I wanted to share some pretty good information that Steve Gherkin had researched and would like to. Most of this is his research, but I want to share it. So the traffic plan is inconsistent with the circulation element. The traffic mitigation plan proposes signal timing, signal synchronization, and right turn on green arrow to decrease traffic delays on Quail Gardens. The traffic mitigation measures proposed for this project are generic. The traffic plan provided no traffic engineering simulations that the proposed mitigations will be effective. The mitigation measures did not model the specific lane and traffic configurations and patterns on Quail Gardens Drive. Caltrans controls the signal timing at adjacent signals and has refused to release signal timing to control of Encinitas City. Southbound Quail Gardens Drive backs up for over at least a quarter mile in the mornings for all the 3 schools that it feeds, sometimes, well, not 3, but 4. You've got the SDA, Oakcrest, Ocean Knoll, and St. James, or St. John. Southbound Quail Garden Drive and Encinitas Boulevard has room for 3 cars to stack for a turn right on the proposed green arrow onto Encinitas Boulevard. This plan did not show how 3 cars released from traffic delays will affect the level of service at the intersection. The traffic plan does not demonstrate how the mitigation measures will reduce the impact of over 2,688 vehicle trips per day generated by this single site on 2-lane country road, Quail Gardens Drive. Ultimately, a couple more things to share, but when I pull out of my development at Beach Street, a lot of there's cars parked up and down, and the line of sight is hazardous. There's 25 other kids in my development that are less than 12 years old, and I can tell you when the speed limit was reduced from, I think it was 35 or 30 to 20, these cars are going faster now, not slower. I'm seeing them go 40 now, and Requesa comes into a V where I pull out of Beach Street, and right across the street is the Rancho Coastal Humane Society. So at the very least, I would request something be done there, preferably a stop sign to save people's lives. Thank you.
Next, we have Tony Kulik, Kathleen McDowell, and then I wasn't sure if Danton Brown wanted to speak. Okay. Okay. Okay, so Tony, Kathleen, and then Jessica Pratt.
Hi there, Tony Kulik. I've been a over 25-year resident of Kristen Court across the street from the project, and I have a few points. I'd just like to remind the commission that the soils remediation report from San Diego County Department of Health and Quality stated there are lead, diesel fuel, and pesticide-contaminated soils on the Quail Meadows site, and they are to be left undisturbed. But removal of plants, and what about the concrete pads in the wetlands buffer, will disturb soils. This is inconsistent with the San Diego County Soils Remediation Report. Additionally, city planner states that removal and replacement of the failed 48-inch concrete metal pipe sections in the wetlands will occur so the drainage plan of slip lining the pipe can be done. The slip lining plan and the drainage plan are inconsistent with the agreement between Baldwin and the California Coastal Commission and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife that there will be no incursion into the wetlands. The vegetation plan and drainage plans are inconsistent with the San Diego County Soils Removal Plan and the California Coastal Commission plan for no entry into the wetlands. Additionally, I'd like to add that I think we should learn from the tragedy that just took place in Asheville, North Carolina. These floods are getting worse and worse. The storms are getting worse and worse. We used to talk about how bad a 100-year storm is, and now we talk about a 1,000-year storm. That's how bad things are getting. And when I drove by that site the day that it flooded, it was jaw-dropping in how fast it occurred. And I believe, if I'm correct, I heard earlier from the applicant that there's going to be 7 levels of underground parking. That would be tragic. That would be a tragedy. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So we have Kathleen McDowell with a time donation from Danton Brown. Following Kathleen will be Jessica Pratt and Jim O'Hara.
All right. Good evening. My name is Kathleen McDowell. I'm a San Diego native and a decade-long resident of Encinitas. Today I will be speaking to you about the current drainage plan. Next slide, and if you could please play the video. My property borders a project from the Pacific Serena neighborhood. This affords me with a unique view of the project site from my backyard. For the last several years, we have observed a seasonal creek which results in heavy flooding at many parts of the project site and beyond. The video in this presentation shows active water flowing along the property and was taken on February 6, 2024, after a heavy rainfall event. I know it's still going, but next slide, please. The current drainage plan currently relies on this unpermitted existing 48-inch corrugated metal pipe and a historic headwall in the wetland. This has not been examined for integrity nor functionality. Next slide, please. In the submitted drainage study, the description of the current site condition references peak flow rate data from 2008, assesses that the pipe's capacity is only 18% of that peak flow, and recommends that a detailed model assess more accurate drainage conditions. This modeling was deemed out of scope by the applicant. While it is typical to use historic data when estimating rainfall potential, this assumption means that even recently built structures are only adequate for the last century's storms. Next slide, please. Since 2008, the National Weather Service has cataloged 13 severe flooding events affecting North County coastal region. Impacts from these events resulted in road closures, debris flow, parking structure closures, and widespread damage to homes, cars, and businesses. Next slide, please. One event recorded in April 2020 resulted in the historic flooding and damage to Sunshine Gardens Nursery, now an in-process development to the southern border of this project. Next slide, please. Based on the assumptions made about the integrity of the pipe, outdated flow rate data, and current understanding regarding the future frequency and severity of weather events due to climate change, this drainage plan is insufficient. The feasibility of completing the drainage system is imperative to ensuring adequate stormwater management and the safety of the residents not only at Quail Meadows, but also at Sunshine Gardens and the existing businesses at Quail Garden Corporate Center. I urge the Planning Commission to deny this application unless current and comprehensive engineering data and corresponding drainage planning can be provided. As we continue to grow as a community, it is critical that we plan holistically and with considerations for the future, as well as cumulative impacts of all of our developments. I thank you very much for your time.
Okay, next speaker.
Next is Jessica Pratt with a time donation from Lisa Ray. Is Lisa here? Thank you, Lisa. Following Jessica will be Jim O'Hara and Ryan Chestnut.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Pratt, lifelong Encinitas resident. I live off of Quail Gardens Drive, and I'm also the proud mother to little Oliver Pratt, who, with Glenn Johnson, is leading the charge to save Quail Gardens Park on the L7 parcel off Quail Gardens Drive. To recap this beautiful series of very informative slides, Quail Meadows is inconsistent with the general plan for density calculations, the housing element update for density calculations, the California Housing and Community Development Guidelines for density calculations, the hillside and inland ordinance zone prohibiting development on slopes over 25%, and the circulation element for traffic mitigation measures. This site is a threat to public health and safety. The drainage plan fails to design for safe management of off-site flows. It relies on a 50-year-old corrugated metal pipe that's filled with debris and has multiple collapsed sections. It relies on a 50-year-old head wall in the northern wetlands that's built from stacked bags of cement, which was not engineered or installed with a building permit or a coastal development permit. The Conservation Easement and Wetlands Vegetation Plan calls for the removal of plants and disturbing soil with no plan. It's inconsistent with soil remediation plans approved by the San Diego County Department of Health and Quality, which calls for no disturbance of soil due to high levels of lead, diesel fuel residue, and pesticides. These points violate the agreement between Baldwin & Sons and the California Coastal Commission, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services, to not disturb the wetlands. Housing developments should never be built in flood zones due to the threat of loss of life and property. Quail Meadows site is a well-documented flood zone, as made evident by the photos that were just shown. Quail Meadows site has proposed a threat to public safety for decades due to frequent and severe flooding from off-site flows. Several of the severe flooding events that resulted in significant property damage have been due to the failure of stormwater retention basins upstream of the site, near where I live. The city of Encinitas knows this and should have commented on the drainage plan, questioned the safety of developing the Quail Meadows site to begin with. Any one of these above issues are sufficient to deny permits for development, let alone all of them. The sheer number of health and safety issues should give immediate cause to deny the permits for development and should raise the issue that the Quail Meadows site should never, ever be permitted for any development whatsoever due to the high risk of loss of life and flooding. That's just a natural part of a natural history part of the site. Please deny the permits for this development. And last, before you clap, please contribute to Oliver's efforts through his GoFundMe crowdfunding campaign. Just search Oliver Pratt and help us save the L7 parcel. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next, we have Jim O'Hara, Ryan Chessman, and Carol Metzer.
I haven't started talking yet, it's already going.
I stopped it.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. Thank you for volunteering for our community. I'm Jim O'Hara. I'm a NC City Council candidate, but most importantly tonight, I'm a resident of Pacifica Serena, the neighborhood adjacent to this project. One thing that has been talked about tonight is the state mandate and the HCD guidelines that go along with that. HCD guidelines support spreading mandated developments across the city. Not on one street, across the city. Quail Gardens has 1,100 units over a stretch that is around a mile, with 250 of them up, but one at a Fox Point. But 3 developments totaling nearly 800 units located right next to each other at the corner of Encinitas Boulevard and Quail Gardens. Essentially, these 3 developments, Quail Gardens Meadow, Sunshine Gardens, and Moonlight Apartments, they create a village, much bigger than any of the surrounding neighborhoods all by themselves. They outnumber the number of residents, they outnumber the number of cars, they outnumber the number of units. Per the state mandate, the developer is only required to do a traffic study for the individual development that they're working on. And that's okay, except in this case. This case is a unicorn. It's completely separate from the state mandate in the sense of we've gone away from the HCD guidelines. Instead of spreading them out, we now put them together. We've created a problem. I know you didn't create it. I'm asking you to help fix it, though. I believe this process to be an error because approximately these three properties, we need one large cumulative study of the traffic impact to get a better picture of it. I think we've already stated that the traffic study by CR Associates is flawed, 50 trips per hour onto the highway. Nobody cares what the traffic is at 5 a.m. Nobody cares what the traffic is at 3 p.m. We care what it is when we're going somewhere during rush hour, when we're backed up. It already backs up beyond the numbers that are on this traffic study. We need it to go a little bit. We need it to be a little bit better. So, lastly, this is not an instance of precedence. There have been suits where they've looked at this cumulative traffic issue around Southern California. Most recently, I believe in Escondido. I encourage you to take a look at that, to put this proposal on, tap the brakes on it, look at the cumulative effect as opposed to the singular effect of this property. Okay. Thank you for your time. Thank you for volunteering. And I hope you make the best decision possible. Thank you.
Ryan Chessman, did he wish to speak? Okay. Carol Metzger is the last speaker. No Carol? Okay. That concludes the speakers.
Okay, thank you. The applicant has a moment to respond to any of this. And I think you had 4 minutes left from your first presentation.
Yeah, we'll keep it a lot shorter than that. We just wanted to note a couple of things that are of relevance here. The traffic study, the dates of the traffic analysis and the counts that was done originally in 2019, what was it, May, October, and November. And then with this redo of the project, we did updated counts, and those were done in April of 24, so they were not done during a COVID time. The only other thing I want to talk about is storm drain. We understand that storm water is an important issue down here. The existing 48-inch pipe is only going to be there once the project's built to convey low flows. Any decent-sized storm is going to go to the 7-foot by 12-foot box culvert that is being proposed on the site. That will capture all those large flow instances and convey them to the existing 84-inch pipe system that is existing already adjacent to our properties. So it is not a 48-inch pipe taking all the flow. It's a 7-foot by 12-foot. 7-foot by 12-foot box culvert that conveys those flows. So you're going to have a better drainage situation after this project is here than there is today. So that's our only comments. Thank you very much.
I have a quick question for you, if you don't mind. The box culvert you just described, could you tell me, is it along the street edge? Is it at the outlay of the 48-inch?
Yeah, it's at the edge of the wetland buffer area, right where the street is. That street essentially bridges over that box culvert. So everything's going to come into, there's a large retaining wall built there. The box culvert is a part of that retaining wall. It's kind of the center section of it. Water will flow into there and then connect to an existing 84-inch pipe.
Thank you. Okay. That concludes the public testimony and comment section. I will close the public portion of this. And looks like it's about 9:20. We'll open it up for commissioner deliberation. Anybody want to start? Go ahead.
I cede to the chair.
Well, I think it's a difficult project, and I'm most concerned about the flooding. I think that's a real difficult one. I do appreciate hearing that it's more than a 48-inch culvert. It's quite a substantial culvert. But looking at the pictures and all that, I'd be very concerned about that. Part of a lot of what I hear is, too many projects on this street. It shouldn't be an R30 site. That wasn't our decision. That was made for us, before we were on this commission. That was made with a lot of legal angst and lawsuits between the state and the city, and so I don't think we can rehash the appropriateness of what sites have been deemed R30. We're kind of faced with that fact on the ground, as I believe it to be. A lot of talk about traffic. I get it. I do remember a time when Leucadia Boulevard was a 2-lane country lane. And my friend's mother lived on that street, and I spent plenty of time there, and that house is no longer there. They've widened the street, and things are changing or will change. And so we find ourselves in a constant chicken and egg condition. We build housing or we build projects, and they push our infrastructure to capacity, and then the infrastructure changes. I just think that there's a certain natural process to that. The city has been mandated to accept new housing. We talk about no net loss and whether we're achieving our RENA numbers. This was the bargain or the deal we made with the state to accept new projects, new housing, and this was one of the sites. I think that decision's made. There's been a lot of discussion about duty to the public, and we represent the public, and we absolutely do represent the public, but we represent the entire public, including my kids and anybody else's kids who are maturing and need a place to live and need housing. And so housing is not an inconsequential issue that we need to provide in our city. And I think one of the problems with relying so heavily as we have in the past on single-family homes and quaint cottages is that it doesn't create the type of housing and the quantity of housing that supports even our own homegrown population growth, which we all have kids, and we hope they will all launch and have a place to stay. So I think we have a certain obligation to make sure that housing can be built in this city. The parking, I get it. There's not a lot of place I can't imagine kind of where people park not on this site. But it looked to me like they're providing about 200 spaces more than they're required to. I was quite impressed with the developers' decision to go and redesign it. I mean, it was big, and you may argue it's still big, but they've made a substantial reduction in the height. The elevations are far more articulated now than they were before. So the list of before and afters, I think, is very favorable for this project. Increasing the number of affordable units is significant in my mind. Reducing the overall number of units, I'm sure a lot of people say it's not enough of a reduction, but it's a reduction, and frankly, they probably didn't have to do it, but they, for some reason, decided to change the plan and listen to the input that they were receiving. So someone in the public asked about the incentives being offered to this developer. I think it's been very forthright. There was 4 incentives or waivers listed on the building plans, and that's the 4 that they're asking for. There's not a back room or a hidden incentive list. It's height, story limit. I think there was a setback, and one other I'm drawing a blank on. But that's pretty reasonable for a project of this size to have only 4 waivers.
Open space.
Open space, thank you.
Community space.
Yeah. So I don't find much traction in that argument that there's too many incentives being used. They're absolutely within their right to do those. We've all been through training, and that probably gives us an advantage over the general public to understand where the state law sits on these things. But we know that our discretion is actually very limited to very specific items that we're going to presumably talk about tonight. And then there's a lot of discussion about net lot area, net acreage versus gross area, acreage. And in true government fashion, I think there's a mixing of 2 different terms here. I think at the front end of the housing element process, HCD is trying to determine what the capacity of the city is. And they're trying to guard against the city telling them that they can build a house on a cliff and then they can't build a house on a cliff, and oh, by the way, we didn't build any housing. So HCD is simultaneously pushing at the front end of the housing element process to use net acreage and trying to determine an accurate reflection of the possibility of what houses will be built. And then in a true kind of contradiction in government logic at the back end of it, when a project actually comes in, the state law is very explicit that it's calculated on gross square foot or gross acreage. And it does feel like it's a bait and switch, or it's an inversion of an inversion of the process. But that's what's happening here in my mind. There's a lot of discussion about using net acreage, and of course that would bring the unit count down. But I think it's really clear that gross acreage is the law of the land and state. And the city actually used to try to enforce net acreage on developers, and I think they had a very explicit reaction from HCD directing them not to do that as it relates to the project-specific applications, not the capacity and the RENA number generating the housing element. So, safety, yeah, I get it. It's a tough one. Hopefully everybody will slow down. I mean, it's a little disconcerting that the sign, someone says that the speed limit posting is reduced, but then the cars are accelerating, that's the nature of our society. We all zip around trying to get somewhere really fast. And I don't know what we can do about that aspect of it. I don't believe that this project is subject to CEQA. That was another important point being made here. The R30 sites are considered by right sites. And for a site that doesn't require CEQA, and there's like 12 technical studies on this. I mean, it's a tremendous amount of study and research going into these projects. So I'll kind of put it there, leave it there, meaning to try to address some of the big recurring comments and themes that I heard here tonight. Flooding being the only one that kind of elevated itself in my mind to a concern of what that means for the residents and the buildings here. But the culvert goes a long way to, alleviating that in my mind. So I'd like to open it up to Brett.
I'll jump in.
Oh, if you don't mind.
Yep.
So,
hold on, Susan.
Were
Go
you
ahead.
ahead or? Okay. Well, I kind of made a little pro-con list about the project. First of all, the fact that it's close to transit is in its favor in terms of location. Another positive about it is that it is centrally located towards the downtown, just off Encinitas Boulevard. So it has amenities, shopping in close proximity. 90 units of 20% low for affordable housing is a big improvement. I agree with you on that point. It's clustered, not their choice, Coastal Commission choice, but still, it does leave open space that is greater than their original design, which is an improvement over their original. They are preserving the Torrey Pines, and at least one of them, apparently one is possibly going to be relocated, I'm not sure. And, reduction of the units is a positive. They're not asking for concessions. They're not asking for incentives. They're only asking for waivers. The cons, safety, the big one, height, density, and traffic that our infrastructure was never, ever designed to handle. So I'm kind of conflicted. I think every single comment we heard was negative and opposed.
Of course.
And there were a lot of them. And public comment is important. Basically, what goes on here is that originally it was a site that could support 29 units. They originally proposed 35. And it's sort of grown and grown from those original plans. It now is under the state density bonus law, allowed to have 539 units, but they are asking for 448. They are exceeding the 539 parking spots that are required under density bonus law because they're providing 770. So some things about it are definitely improved over what they could have done. And on the other hand, it's our job to examine it carefully, weigh it, look at all of the circumstances, and it's in our hands to determine where regulations end and where taking begins. In some ways, I believe that the project tips us over the edge to taking away the peace of mind, and the safety issues play into that. The fact that the road is a single lane, and we already have several approved large projects with multiple units. So I'm really torn. Quite honestly, I feel a great deal of conflict in my mind. I do not feel comfortable with the project being so tall. And the safety aspects are very concerning. I used to ride on that road, taking my son to school on a bike. We were on a bike that held two. And I observed, the traffic firsthand. So it's in our hands. It's an environmentally sensitive site. I definitely think climate will worsen as time goes by. We've already seen it. The weather in the last few winters definitely flooded. Even I have an elevated lot, but even my lot, I was thinking water might come in through my patio area to the house. So I guess my finding is that it's a reasonable investment decision that they're making. However, it's threatening at the same time.
It absolutely is change, and it's difficult to.
Am I expressing my conflict adequately? I feel that we need those affordable units in Encinitas. I would prefer to see them with this kind of traffic. It's going to generate, what was it, 2,500 average daily trips or more. I think, unlike El Camino Real or another multi-lane street, I would rather see these big developments happening where we already have a road that can handle it. So I'll let someone else jump in.
Thank you. Brent?
I mean, with a project of this size, it's going to have enormous complications and impacts. This is a heavily used corridor, and I think what really, aside from the flooding issues, which are obvious concerns, and slope issues, visual issues for that particular corridor, I mean, it has to be the public safety. It has to be that traffic. It really sticks with me that how difficult it is going to impact that area. And not as much, I suppose, with the accidents with bicyclists or stuff like that, but access for emergency vehicles and that type of thing, which was mentioned by the public. I certainly feel like that is an obvious concern for that area. And not having a traffic study that addresses those comprehensively is a real sticking point for me.
Okay. Thank you.
Where to begin? I appreciate, first of all, everybody coming tonight, coming before. I know you spent money on attorneys. Just the community coming together to discuss this. We're in a participatory democracy, and if you don't come, we don't hear you. And the fact that you're all here tonight, we do hear you. So thank you very much, and I thank you for the developers to come and listen to everybody. Go back and forth. You don't always like being heard, but I think everybody was respectful tonight of everybody's position, and I thank you for that, because as one of the citizens said tonight, we don't always talk that way today. So I do appreciate everybody coming in and staff here for listening to all these questions. You guys know I get pretty technical, and I could probably spend 3 hours asking technical questions, but I don't think that's where we are on this situation. I think I'll ask the city attorney, this is the third visit, but this is also the third project. So the clock is a little unusual for me, Scott, that here we are looking at a brand new project for the very first time, but yet we're on a clock of 5 technical visits before this goes to be voted on, right?
Correct. So from a protection of the city standpoint, my view would be that my recommendation to you would be that we count this as the third of 5 permissible hearings. So if you make a decision tonight, then that would mean that the city council has the ability to only have 2 more hearings. Now, the developer has told me that their position is actually, no, this is the 4th, because the CPP, the community participation requirement, in their view, counts as one of those hearings. I vehemently disagree, and I've spoken with multiple attorneys, and I've gotten their unbiased opinion. I say, hey, I have my own opinion on the matter, but I don't want to bias you. What do you think? And they said, no, it's not a public hearing. So I feel very strongly that this is number 3, but if you make a decision tonight, then that would mean that the city council could only have the option to continue it one more time. So my firm recommendation would be that you make a decision tonight to at least allow the city council the discretion of whether to continue the hearing if they so choose.
So with that, I'll save you all my technical challenges to, as you guys heard on my Levenheim 9-unit project that Mr. Morris brought up. But I think those things are important. You bring up technicalities about traffic, and you bring up technicalities because you've read the reports and people have submitted written comments that we take very seriously. We try to answer all the questions that we can. In today's session, thanks to my delay, partly we don't have a lot of time to go back and forth and answer everybody's questions. I think the comments that the fellow commissioners have made, including Susan, it was a really good point to kind of do the pros and the cons. This was an R30 site overlay, and I believe the housing element was voted on by the people of Encinitas. Maybe now we look back at that housing element under a certain amount of, I'll use my own words, duress from the state. I'm not a lawyer, but there was a lot of pressure, as you guys all know, in the city to get that housing element completed, and there was punitive damages to the city in terms of how the state was going to treat us as a city if we didn't get that housing element passed. I mean, first one failed, second one was passed, and the second one had this site. And maybe no one really thought about, oh my goodness, what's going to happen if everybody builds on Quail Gardens, to the other person's point, about creating a village and the impact on a level of service without the cumulative effect of the other units being counted. So, again, I'm going to go down my rabbit hole of technicalities, and I won't do that. I guess the net for me, you look at what the box that we were put in as a city and flowing down to us as a planning commission, and we get to this point where we've seen a project come to us that started out as 25 houses or 32 houses or something like that, and now we're looking at 448 units, down from to other points, it could be bigger. And we've all seen what happens if you say no to something, it might come back bigger to haunt you. I'm torn on the parking. In some ways, it's great, they're building more parking. But I also understand that if you build more parking, it costs more money. It costs more money, you're going to need to build a bigger project. The bigger project's going to need more variance, well, excuse me, not a variance, I used to use a word. It's going to use waivers for height. Why? Because they're building 770 parking stalls and they only had to build 440 parking stalls, and maybe they wouldn't have to go so high. That's a cost, that's a decision, that's not mine, but it is a direct correlation. At the end of the day, and I think that's what we're trying to get to at 9:40, is I feel very uncomfortable given the safety risk associated with this project. Under the state density bonus laws, I believe the cities can look at the project based on safety, health and public safety, and maybe Scott, our counsel, can provide me the exact language. But public health and safety for all of the citizens of Encinitas. I understand the neighbors will be impacted directly, and I'm not lost on that because you're here. But as Brett said, you know, people from all over the city use this corridor. And, you know, Fox Point Farms, Sunshine Gardens, Moonlight, and this is in my opinion, a risk to public safety. And if there's one thing that I'll focus on is that, and I think the drainage and some of the physical plant issues can be addressed. I think that the soil remediation issue, while it's a concern of mine in terms of how you mitigate that, can be addressed. But the issue associated with character and public safety, with the development of this project, even though it was voted on by the people and they have the rights under state law to do so, we also have the right in this commission to address public safety. And that's how I feel, and I feel that this project, while it does a lot of good things, and I think coming back and trying to do things better, and Chair, you brought up a lot of them, and Susan did too, in terms of pros and cons. I think those were excellent comments. I think the overriding concern I can't get past.
I'm keeping a list here. And just for clarity, we're using the term safety a lot, and we're also using the traffic. Are we using those synonymously? Meaning it's the number of cars traveling on Quail Gardens Drive that is causing
the traffic impact.
Traffic.
You know, causing a public safety concern.
Yeah, I think those are directly correlated. I think the increase of density of this site and of the other sites along the and it's for me, Chair, it goes from Leucadia at Fox Point Farms and the impact of that development down Quail Gardens Road to the projects that have been proposed and approved, to the intersection that's already flawed. And again, Caltrans controls certain lights. It's a risk that I think our citizens are in jeopardy of. And that's, so traffic.
I just want to make sure I'm grouping them together on my list.
To me, they are.
Okay,
yes,
thank you.
directly correlated.
We haven't heard from Chris. If we give her a second.
Thank you. Just a few comments. I completely understand everyone's feelings tonight, frustrations, feelings about how, I don't know, to talk like a small child, you feel kind of picked on in your neighborhood for having so many housing developments along Quail Gardens Road. And as a Leucadian, I completely understand that too, because my neighborhood is also the other neighborhood in our city that has undergone the same thing. And so I do understand, I get it. We've had multiple developments go into my neighborhood. We have more that are going in now. With the two on La Costa Avenue and another one on the 101 by the Maria. the one on Vulcan. So, and Clark, I mean, I completely understand. And it's like development fatigue, right? Like, here we are again with another one in our neighborhood. Here we are again with another one in our neighborhood. So I completely understand how everyone feels tonight. It's difficult up here because we do have to put feelings aside. If we're going to make a record and we're going to vote a certain way, the law requires that we put feelings aside and we make a decision based on what we think is the right thing to do legally. And I understand that might not be a popular decision, but there are laws and there are courts who have weighed in on what we legally can do and what we legally cannot do. So I feel very confined by the rules of law, and that I think that's one of our roles here on this commission. We are limited to a decision based on some of the things we talked about, and one of them was public safety, but we have to be very specific if we're going to vote against a project. It has to be very narrowly construed to fit into a certain envelope. So I'm just going to talk about a couple of other things, just so you guys understand kind of where I'm coming from as a person who feels like I do have to follow the law in all aspects of my life. I would suggest that if we do move toward approval, that we do restrict access to Kristen Court. So we would not allow any construction traffic on Kristen Court or construction parking on Kristen Court during the development. This project, and I appreciate the developer. This is their third time coming to us with a third project. I appreciate the changes that they've made. The last one was a little bit shocking, and I don't know if you're an architect for that one. I was here, sorry, but that one felt like a hospital or like an Amazon warehouse to me. And so I appreciate the changes that were made as far as the architecture goes, and the other changes regarding lowering the number of units, increasing the number of low-income units. I don't have a problem with parking. That's a business decision. And I also believe that people who move into a particular area or apartment understand what the parking requirements are, and they will choose a place to live partially because of the number of cars they can park there. So I think that's a business decision. This project has the distinct displeasure of being third in line, or fourth in line in that neighborhood, right? Third one on Quail, fourth in the neighborhood if you consider Moonlight. So, as you're fourth in line, now all these other projects have already been approved, and so you now become the tipping point, right? You're the tipping point project, which for me, as a person who feels really strongly in fairness as well as the law, I have, issues with that. I mean, you own a piece of property, and you end up, because of the timing, to be fourth in line. So I understand the community. I can't speak, it's too late at night. The cumulative effects of traffic in the neighborhood and how there's feelings that has hit the tipping point as far as public safety with traffic. But there's also the fairness to a property owner and a developer who happens to be fourth in line who makes that tipping point. So these are just the things that are going through my mind as I sit here tonight. So we can't consider character. I know somebody brought up character. Character is not something we can really consider if we were going to deny the project. Public safety is, but I believe it has to be very narrowly worded to in a particular way. So I don't know that I could vote. I don't know that we could come up with a way to specifically state the public safety issue in a way that I could support denying the project. I don't know if legally we could get that.
Quiet,
I wanted to add one more point about safety. It's not just traffic. it is the water also, because I don't know if you remember, but in the prior hearing, I mentioned that the bacteria TMDL, or TDML, daily maximum load for bacteria, the TDML is exceeded at our ocean. Our treatment isn't actually sufficiently treating currently. And I mentioned that I looked up the numbers online, and I found that from the...
I'd be uncomfortable saddling this project with the city's overall water treatment plan.
So
we've made a decision as a city
it was
that...
responded that there's bioretention and so on. But when we have these large storms, big storm events, there's going to be overflows. And last year in the spring, when we had all this water going down, I walked it. I walked from the street down all the way to the treatment. I saw the thing in Cottonwood Park where there's foam on it and it looks kind of nasty. So I walked it, and it's a lot of water at times. It's going to overflow at times. And with more units, more cars, more stuff on the road from the cars, you get the picture. So it's not only the safety of the bikers, pedestrians, and cars, it's also the water quality.
Okay.
If I may, so there's been a lot of discussion about what our legal discretion is, and I think it's important to remind the commission of what your discretion is and what it is not. So your discretion, so you have to approve the project unless you can make certain findings, okay? So the findings, so I could quote you various provisions of the law. So for example, use by right for all multifamily requirements, they have to follow certain requirements. So they have to, you have to approve it unless you can say that the project does not comply with objective, quantifiable, written development standards. So in other words, it's something that is already written down prior to the application being filed. So we need to be able to point to something that says they're violating that particular standard. So far tonight, I think what we need to do, if we're going to deny the project, you need to be able to point to specific standards, and you can ask staff, does this violate some quantifiable threshold? And if so, then we would point to that and we say, that is the basis for denying this. If we cannot point to that, then you have to, by law, approve the project. So I would encourage us, if you want to deny it, to ask staff if there is that evidence, and that we point to that evidence and we get that in the record. Otherwise, you are required to approve the project. So those are the types of questions that should be asked.
I have a question related to that because of when the application was submitted. So is it the standards as they were in 2020? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes. So I'll quote you 66300A7. All right. So objective design standard means a design standard that involves no personal or subjective judgment by a public official and is uniformly verifiable by reference to an external and uniform benchmark or criterion available and knowable by both the development applicant or proponent and public official before submittal of an application. So the application here, I believe, what was the application approval date?
July 2020.
So the question is, what standards existed at that time? And we would be applying those standards. So the question is, are they violating those standards?
Well, one of the things that I'd like to point out is that the economic impacts shouldn't be our primary concern. That's their thing. But the interference with environmentally sensitive sites that provide habitat for wildlife, including pollinators, is a city goal. And city goals are things that serve public interest. And safety certainly serves public interest. My finding would be that we're threatened, basically. Our safety is threatened by developments of this size, and so I'm uncomfortable with it.
Okay. Can I take a quick timeout? We have 5 minutes before we need to make a motion to either continue it or continue the meeting. And I do feel like we are very close to the end, and I think it's very important that we give the city council the time to make their decision. It's going to ultimately go there. So if I could make a motion to extend this meeting till 10:30, I don't really want it to go to 10:30.
Yeah, quarter after, yeah.
Okay, so I made it for 10:30. I heard a second.
Yeah, we got started 15 minutes late, that's fine.
Okay. Do we need a vote on that?
I heard consensus, so I think we'll count that as a 5-0. We'll continue the meeting until 10:30.
Thank you. All right. So
Did you move to continue this
no
to the next
to
meeting?
extend our
or you
meeting,
moved to continue for 30 minutes?
extend
30
our
minutes?
meeting till 10:30. Okay. Just to, I think we're talking about traffic and a broad concept of safety. I did hear earlier some mention of height and density. I think those are clearly, those are waivers that we don't have the ability to demonstrate that they don't need them. All right, that's just their request. I would support, what would we call it, amendment? Limiting the parking on Kristen Court, prohibiting construction parking there during the
Why
thing.
just Kristen? Why shouldn't the development have to maintain all stuff on site? Why would any street be excluded? I appreciate the fact that Kristen was brought up, but why would any street have to take any sort of construction burden? And why not all construction have to be maintained on site?
I mean, it's common for them to use the middle median to unload.
Well, I hate to get into the technicalities of construction. There might be a impracticality of
Understood.
At the beginning of this project, it's a vacant field, and there may not be.
Do we have a motion
Parking.
on the floor? What's
No.
going on?
We're talking about what our opinions on this.
Can I ask council to read the clause in the state density bonus law that talks about an opportunity for the local city commission regarding public safety, and why we're being asked, or your question to me or to
Right.
us was specific to a clause that we have to put written notice to. And to answer your other question, we haven't posed that question to staff because I don't know what the housing cycle 5 elements were, which is when I think this was applied. So we're not even talking about housing element 6. We're now going retroactively to 2020, correct?
Yes. So there's two different sets of rules going on here. One relates to your question, which relates to waivers. So if you're going to deny a waiver, and we can talk about this, then there are certain findings that have to be made. Separate and apart from that, if you want to deny the project, you need to be able to make certain findings. So they're slightly different standards, but they're very similar. Essentially, the short version is you need to have a standard that it was already written down in advance. You can't just say, oh, well, I think it's dangerous because I just know it is. No, point to a rule that says this X, Y, and Z is the amount that they have to do. They have to widen a lane if it's more than X number of daily trips, or whatever the hard written rule is, they need to comply with whatever those rules are.
Well, we did have a child that was killed on a bike by Oakcrest School, didn't we, just recently?
It seems to me like the objective standard here, and again, they aren't a CEQA project, and they did a traffic study, and they did the traffic study specifically because the city's local ordinance required that outside of CEQA, right? So that study was done evaluating the project as it affected that local ordinance, and I think it's like not accelerating or pushing the intersection to a level of service of E or F or something like that. And it's already at E, right? So that technical study was done to address the traffic. The staff and our third parties have reviewed that. if those are objective standards, then those are kind of factual things to check, and they've been checked, and it's been presented us, with no objections to that traffic technical study. So I'm hard pressed to say, other than a general sense that it's unsafe or it could potentially be unsafe, I'm not sure what we would specifically point to say that it's unsafe outside of traffic, and they've addressed the traffic concern.
It could be emergency response time.
The fire department was here earlier, and I guess we didn't ask them any specific question about that, but
Certainly.
the
The other question I would have the fire department as well is the structure story height. I think we have one emergency response vehicle that has a ladder and that possibly reaches that high, but I thought it was a 3-story ladder, but we would need something to reach a larger structure.
Okay.
I'm just wondering if you would like fire to respond to that, or if this is just discussion, just the fire.
I think that would be something that would help, hold this up from an emergency response perspective. So let's, get a response.
Jordan V. Gomez here again. So I believe the question was about fire access and then the height of the building.
Are you concerned about response times on Quail Gardens Drive, and do you have the equipment to fight a fire or fight a fire on a 4-story building?
So the response times is not an issue for this area. Like I mentioned in the other project, there's a service availability letter that we require all projects to do, which they've done, and I believe it's under. I don't know exactly, but I want to say it's close to like 2 minutes from the station. As regards to the right apparatus and staffing levels to serve this, as of now, yes, we do have that capability. Obviously, with the influx of all of these sites, that's going to have to be evaluated in the future, and if we're going to have to add apparatus and staffing to support those capabilities, but we can't assume anything until those go in and we actually see variations in response times or lack of services and resources availability.
Okay. Did that answer your question? Okay.
Yeah, I agree. It was an answer, but I don't think, how many 4-story buildings that we are going to approve? I mean,
We've approved several of them.
right. We have one. How many hook and ladders do we have? Or is that the right name for the truck that services a 4-story building?
The ladder truck, we do have one in the city for at Station 5, which is, I believe, the closest station to this project.
But, not to speak for the fire department, having designed several buildings, there are fire-resistive construction. These are 1-hour rated buildings. There's stairs that lead to the roof. Like, not all fires are being fought from a ladder at these buildings. There's standpipes in all the stairwells, so they're hooking up their hose. There are fire access plans that are submitted as part of the project to address that.
I agree. I think the comment, the reference earlier about Asheville, North Carolina, as we as a city have to plan for the worst case scenario. So we have the Goodson project, which is more than 4 stories. We have 2 buildings here that are more than 4 stories. We have Moonlight Gardens that's more than 4 stories. And they all happen to be right next to each other in terms of those 4. I'm not a fire expert. I don't mean to be, but we've had fires in Encinitas. Buildings catch on fire. If more than one building catches on fire at the same time, how many other ladder trucks are within Oceanside, Carlsbad, and Solana Beach?
I'm not going to guess at that question because I don't want to give the wrong information because I don't know the exact number. But in regards to multiple fires or having a fire at this location, anytime there's a medical or emergency response within our city or any of the cities in San Diego County, there's what is called a mutual agreement. And anytime that something happens, if we get a response, and it's always the closest available units and what's required. First alarm fire is going to have like 2 engines, a battalion chief, and a ladder. Once we upgrade to a 2-alarm, if it gets more serious, that mutual aid agreement within the county means that we're going to be pulling resources in from Carlsbad, Solana Beach, Rancho Santa Fe, Oceanside, whatever units are close, those are what are going to be available to respond and get dispatched appropriately. So that happens every day, all day, right now. People just may not know about it. So when it comes to this kind of a situation or this kind of a building, like Commissioner Dalton said, this building is being built to the standards of today. There's no standard as of now in the discretionary phase that they're not meeting. Once it comes in for building plan, all of that's going to be verified with standpipes, fully fire sprinkler system, and fire alarm and any other building aspects with type 1. So all of that together, the building is going to be built to the safety standards of today and not substandard in any form. So,
I called around, there was one other truck.
what's that?
I said, I called around, there's one other truck. Between
Solana Beach has another truck that's
Right.
part of our agreement.
Right, but, if there's a fire and there's a Santa Ana like we had with, the Witch Creek fire, there were fire trucks all over the place dealing with other issues. So, look, downside scenario is we have multiple 4-story buildings, one ladder truck, and now we've got a fire safety issue. So that,
How many structure fires have we had this week?
we haven't had, well, I don't know, you want to talk about the battery fire and, there's fires every time, but we haven't had structures like this built yet. But we're going to, and we're approving buildings that will be structures, and I think that's what we have to think about.
Yeah, but they're also some of the safest fire, from a fire safety standpoint. The new construction is far safer than some of the older stock that we have in the city.
Well,
I agree. I agree. These things are important to consider, but I still haven't heard anything that is bringing us to that legal threshold to deny.
Okay.
I didn't hear from council the stat.
We don't really have a standard for kids on bikes for safety, so it'd be pretty hard to make a finding about that.
I will point out that they're adding a sidewalk along the frontage of their property, right? So
We do have
those kids are
some
off the
bike
street.
lanes and things, but
There was something else in the state record regarding safety. And there was a specific bullet, I believe, and
Yes.
I read in a memo about the 3 or 4 things. The waivers are the waivers, and they have the rights to the waivers. They're, to your point, Chair and Vice Chair, they're not asking for any concessions, which other projects have done to us. So what is the statement regarding public health and safety? Not character, because I misspoke.
So essentially, there needs to be a standard that they violated, and that standard existed at the time that the application was complete. So for example, if we're denying a waiver, here's some language. There needs to be a specific adverse impact, as defined in this code section, upon health or safety, and for which there is no feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the specific adverse impact. And then that specific adverse impact is then defined later on, basically says it needs to be quantifiable, et cetera. So they're all very similar standards. We need to be able to point to a quantifiable standard that they are violating.
So one question we posed to us, we didn't ask, and I don't know if it's to Anna or if it's to Jay, who the responsible party is. Does this project violate, I think that was the question, a standard from the fifth housing element of 2020 upon the application of what's being asked of us today?
Staff would not bring a project forward if it was violating any of the standards, and that's why the recommendation of approval from staff is before you, is because we were unable to make that finding to deny the project.
Okay.
it's after 10.
Yes.
And we have not had a motion to continue.
We did agree. We moved to move it to 10:30.
Oh, I didn't agree.
Okay. Well, I'm going to make a motion right now because I do want to put an end to this, and whether it gets hashed out at the city council or not, I think we've made our points. So I'm going to make a motion to approve the project as written in the staff report. I didn't hear a lot of consensus building
No
around that.
consensus on the Kristen Court?
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I think that my question back regarding Kristen Court was, why just that street? Why not add other streets that would be potentially impacted And my response was that they should be parking on site, not make a statement that they have to park on site. I'm dealing with the Goodson project being parked across the street and trucks going back and forth across Rancho Santa Fe Road and not being contained on site. So why Kristen Court and why not some of the other streets?
Well, I picked Kristen Court. Well, there were speakers, but in addition, I think it's the only street that's in the like immediate vicinity. There's another one, but it's into a gated community, and so there's not really any kind of space they could park. So, yeah, I know.
Oh, that's fine.
I would entertain I'm trying to move the motion forward. I would entertain an add-on of this street, but I feel like
we have some language, if that would be helpful to you, and we can ask the developer team if they were agreeable to the proposed language. So condition of approval ST30 currently requires a traffic control plan, and then at the end of that section, we would add the following. During construction and until the issuance of a certificate of occupancy of the final dwelling unit, the construction vehicles and equipment, I guess, and related equipment, shall not utilize Kristen Court unless the city engineer deems it necessary.
I could support
I'd support that, yeah.
Okay. So I would amend my motion to
Are the
include that
developers team
language.
okay with that revised condition of approval? I'm seeing nods, yes.
Okay. So I've made a motion. Is there anyone ready
I'll
to say?
second.
Okay. Motion a second.
This is just to vote on adding that portion of the resolution.
My motion is to approve the project with that.
With that resolution.
Yeah. Okay, so a second, and we'll call the vote. Okay, the project passes.
So I see an abstention. Your bylaws do require you state on the record why you've decided to abstain.
I see the benefit of the
Microphone, please.
low-income units, but I also see the hazard of safety, and so I'm torn.
Okay, so the motion passes 1 no vote and 1 abstention. And that concludes this project. Mm-hmm. Okay, so moving on to our next item is future agenda items. Are there any future agenda items added by planning commissioners? Seeing none? No. Item 10, planning commission reports. Any reports? Yeah. If you could take your conversations outside, we still need to finish our meeting. Please take your conversations outside so we can conclude the meeting.
I'd like to ask legal counsel, isn't it out of order? We didn't have a motion to continue, and yet we went on? I don't understand. That's why I was confused.
Yeah,
I'm
so-
used to parliamentary procedure.
I'm sorry, I guess you did not hear. There was a motion, and it was seconded, and there was a decision.
There they go.
Okay, we're back. I'll let her know that we're going to vote her as a no, but it would have passed.
It wouldn't have mattered. I guess I would have been outvoted if the rest of you decided to go on anyway. Yes. It's just that it was out of order in my mind because I didn't see it.
I think it was a misunderstanding.
I didn't see it.
I think it was a miscommunication.
Your voice is difficult for me.
I know, and late at night.
It's a rasp.
It's because of the
You
late.
have a bit of a rasp. I'm soft.
Yep.
Because of my mechanical
Right.
hearing.
I
think he's still.
think we're still getting the text.
A little bit of a whisper to the voice.
Sorry. And mine's deeper, but raspy. Yeah.
Is it back, Susan?
Can I ask a question? That's, I guess we're still
Okay. So,
After the meeting? You want to do that?
I think you guys.
Yeah, we'll do that.
So it's still recording.
okay, Susan, just that, now that we're all back up, I apologize. I think there was a misunderstanding. We're going to record your vote as no to extend the meeting, but it would still have passed 4-1 to extend to 10:30. Okay? Okay. So we're on item 10, Planning Commission reports. Are there any reports from planning commissioners? None? Okay. Then secretary reports?
The Torrey Crest project was appealed. We do not have a date yet on when that is going to be heard. But most likely the November 13th, but that still needs to be confirmed.
Could I ask who made that appeal?
I'm so sorry, I'm trying to think of who it was. It looks like Katie may know.
I believe it was the MASH.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we do have our next meeting, the legal ad will be posted tomorrow. We have another housing element site at our next planning commission agenda. And I can go ahead and provide the work plan just as an attachment in case we do have the time to discuss any subcommittees that you all may want to create for that. Okay, thank you.
That'd be nice. Thank you.
Real quick on the housing element plan in 2 weeks, the ad and the development services release will allow us to access that data early.
Yes, you are able to go through customer self-service online to access the files.
As of
Yep, they're available
now?
throughout the process,
The
yes.
process.
With the caveat that at times there may be some cleanup items or changes that occur right up until the posting of the agenda. So just acknowledging that may occur.
Okay, thank you, Anna. With that, I'm going to adjourn the meeting to the next regular meeting of October 17th.
I'm going to be out of town for that.
It's